Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Indigenous people of Biafra, all the people of Biafra, Canadians, all the people of Biafra, IPOB, 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 one family, IPOB. I wish to welcome the spring leader, the indigenous people of Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we welcome you. Your people are here to receive you. I want to tell you that within the people seated right here to listen to you are chiefs, dinzes, the cheers, fathers, mothers, children, grandchildren. You're very much welcome. I want to talk to you today about the journey so far and the misconception and the innuendos and the stories behind IPOB. 7 years ago, not long ago, I'm not sure how many people here are born Biafrans and how many people here are born Nigerians. But majority of the members of indigenous people of Biafra, I can tell you, are mainly Nigerians. They didn't see the Biafran war. They were all born Nigerians. But today, they're championing the restoration of the Republic of Biafra. The reason why these younger people are championing is that they're looking around thinking, what the hell is going on? How come we were born here? Where's the country? And therefore, they were able to connect with the spring leader who saw what people couldn't see. The events that are unfolding in Nigeria today attest to the fact that he was a man that saw tomorrow. It took Obasanjo years to realize that Nigeria is being colonized and Islamized. He was only voice in the wilderness, crying, asking people to wake up from slumber. Even though you are rushed to war, that war is coming to meet you. So what will be the same solution to this is to be prepared to defend yourself from an aggressor that is coming to not only kill you, but to rape you, to discredit your fatherland. So what we are calling you today is maximum support as we receive our Hamadike in our midst. On behalf of all the people of Biafra, I welcome you once again on Hamadike.
IPOB, one family. IPOB, one family. IPOB, one family. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be in Canada and in Toronto, to be precise. And this very fine evening, the grace of heaven will descend upon this very gathering, I can assure you. I am impressed with the turnout here. I never knew there were so many Biafrans in Canada. All I can hope for is that we will continue in this same spirit of unity, a sense of purpose and direction to support everything that our leadership is doing here until Biafra is restored. I am sure that most of you would like to go back home to Biafra. There is only one way to accomplish that, and that route is IPOB. IPOB! A round of applause for you.
Let me start by quickly introduce the principal servants. In IPOB, I'm talking to you today so that you can understand and learn a few things about the organization Indigenous People of Biafra. We normally address the people that lead us as chief servants because they're serving the people. Let me start to introduce to you, I'm the National Coordinator of Indigenous People of Biafra. My name is Nze T. Okafo. And I have Chief Collins Ogoke as the Deputy National Coordinator. And I have Princess Joy Ochiabuto as the Secretary General. And I'm just going to quickly introduce, we have coordinators in 4 provinces so far. I have the coordinator for Quebec, Ebe Oga. He owns the Ujo Night Club in Montreal. So when you go down to Montreal and you want to have some good time, check out the Oga Night Club. Ujo Night Club. And we have Mazi Celestine Omuka as the coordinator of Alberta. And we have Mazi Onyeka Chinwe Ndo, coordinator of Ontario. And we will try to, if you see some of the flyers we sent out for this event, or the phone numbers there so that you can contact any person directly or closest to your province. The coordinator for British Columbia wasn't able to make it to this particular event. So, but he is with us. He's linked with us online. And so, just like we said, this is the climax of what we've been doing for some time, sensitizing our people that even if you're running away from the problem is going to meet you. So the same solution will be prepared, educate yourself. IPOB is built on not only mass mobilization, civil disobedience. The key, most important thing that IPOB does is mass education. To educate ourselves, the dangers they face in Nigeria, the immediate dangers they know now, the dangers that we confronted down the line. We might not see them, but they do exist. The things you see today are just the tip of the iceberg, what is going to happen tomorrow. So I'm glad to bring the oracle himself, the man that saw tomorrow, the man that is as fearless as he can get. The whole brutal regime in Nigeria was so many people, they call him so many things, so many names. Half man, half spirit, or Hamadike, the supreme, the commander of the indigenous people of Biafra. Any way you greet him is equal to the task.
All of the above.
All of the above. The reason why he is here today is to speak to you, so that you can see him, you can feel him, you can ask him any question you feel like asking him. No matter how difficult it is, he is going to answer those questions today. While we were driving yesterday, he looked around, he says, beautiful country, Nigeria. And he said the only way this country was built, he didn't say science, he says on discipline. Canada, yes. Oh, sorry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Indigenous people of Biafra, all the people of Biafra, Canadians, all the people of Biafra, IPOB, one family, IPOB. I wish to welcome the spring leader, the indigenous people of Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, give it to him. Zoom is connected on. Honest.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Indigenous people of Biafra, all the people of Biafra, Canadians, all the people of Biafra, IPOB, one family, IPOB. I wish to welcome the spring leader, the indigenous people of Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we welcome you. Your people are here to receive you. I want to tell you that within the people seated right here to listen to you are chiefs, dinzes, the cheers, fathers, mothers, children, grandchildren. You're very much welcome. I want to talk to you today about the journey so far and the misconception and the innuendos and the stories behind IPOB. 7 years ago, not long ago, I'm not sure how many people here are born Biafrans and how many people here are born Nigerians. But majority of the members of indigenous people of Biafra, I can tell you, are mainly Nigerians. They didn't see the Biafran war. They were all born Nigerians. But today, they're championing the restoration of the Republic of Biafra. The reason why these younger people are championing is that they're looking around thinking, what the hell is going on? How come we were born here? Where's the country? And therefore, they were able to connect with the spring leader who saw what people couldn't see. The events that are unfolding in Nigeria today attest to the fact that he was a man that saw tomorrow. It took Obasanjo years to realize that Nigeria is being colonized and Islamized. He was only voice in the wilderness, crying, asking people to wake up from slumber. Even though you are averse to war, that war is coming to meet you. So what will be the same solution to this is to be prepared to defend yourself from an aggressor that is coming to not only kill you, but to rape you, to discredit your fatherland. So what we are calling you today is maximum support as we receive our Hamadike in our midst. On behalf of all the people of Biafra, I welcome you once again on Hamadike.
IPOB,
one family.
IPOB,
One family.
IPOB, one family.
IPOB.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be in Canada and in Toronto, to be precise. And this very fine evening, the grace of heaven will descend upon this very gathering, I can assure you. I am impressed with the turnout here. I never knew there were so many Biafrans in Canada. All I can hope for is that we will continue in this same spirit of unity, a sense of purpose and direction, to support everything that our leadership is doing here until Biafra is restored. I am sure that most of you would like to go back home to Biafra. There is only one way to accomplish that, and that route is IPOB. IPOB! A round of applause for you.
Let me start by quickly introduce the principal servants. In IPOB, I'm talking to you today so that you can understand and learn a few things about the organization Indigenous People of Biafra. We normally address the people that lead us as chief servants because they're serving the people. Let me start to introduce to you, I'm the National Coordinator of Indigenous People of Biafra. My name is Nze T. Okafo. And I have Chief Collins Ogoke as the Deputy National Coordinator. And I have Princess Joy Ochiabuto as the Secretary General. And I'm just going to quickly introduce, we have coordinators in 4 provinces so far. I have the coordinator for Quebec, Ebe Oga. He owns the Pujo Night Club in Montreal. So when you go down to Montreal and you want to have some good time, check out the Oga Night Club. Pujo Night Club. And we have Mazi Celestine Omuka as the coordinator of Alberta. And we have Mazi Onyeka Chinwe Ndo, coordinator of Ontario. And we will try to, if you see some of the flyers we sent out for this event, or the phone numbers there so that you can contact any person directly or closest to your province. The coordinator for British Columbia wasn't able to make it to this particular event. So, but he is with us. He's linked with us online. And so, just like we said, this is the climax of what we've been doing for some time, sensitizing our people that even if you're running away from the problem is going to meet you. So the same solution will be prepared, educate yourself. IPOB is built on not only mass mobilization, civil disobedience. The key, most important thing that IPOB does is mass education. To educate ourselves, the dangers they face in Nigeria, the immediate dangers they know now, the dangers that we confronted down the line. We might not see them, but they do exist. The things you see today are just the tip of the iceberg, what is going to happen tomorrow. So I'm glad to bring the oracle himself, the man that saw tomorrow, the man that is as fearless as he can get. The whole brutal regime in Nigeria was so many people, they call it so many things, so many names. Half man, half spirit, or Hamadike, the supreme, the commander of the Indigenous People of Biafra. Any way you greet him is equal to the task.
All of the above.
All of the above. The reason why he is here today is to speak to you so that you can see him, you can feel him, you can ask him any question you feel like asking him. No matter how difficult it is, he is going to answer those questions today. while we were driving yesterday, he looked around, he says, beautiful country, Nigeria. And he said the only way this country was built, he didn't say science, he says on discipline. Canada, yes. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to say Mizzou. I mean to say Canada, here where we live. He looked at it, he said, the people that built this place were able to build it because they were disciplined. And he said, for Biafra to emerge and survive and succeed, we have to be disciplined. So while we were driving in, I wanted him to come from the back door. He said, not only out of principle, but also as a prince, he will never enter a building from the side door. So, without wasting much of your time, we will go to the next item on the program. We will ask Ohamadike to please pray for us.
IPOB, 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 one family. I am delighted to be here in Toronto, Canada, before a very beautiful, polished, distinguished, esteemed audience like yourselves. There are going to be a few house rules. If your phones are on, please endeavor to put it on silent, on vibrate, because we are about to pray. That the very Chukukika Biama that not only created Biafra, but made our ancestors to be inhabited by his grace, may preside over our proceedings this evening to the eternal adoration of his holy name. Therefore, we call upon heaven itself I will pray in the language of heaven, and I will also interject it with English language. You have to excuse me, because if you are in the presence of the Almighty God, the Creator, you will hear the angels worship him in Igbo language. Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile, Chukwu okike abịa ma bụ onye anyị na-efe wee na-aja mma mgbe niile. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya ka ndị mmụọ ozi na-efe. Ọbụladị ndị okenye ọrụ abụọ na anọ na-atụ mkpọ ọlaedo na na-asị na ịdị nsọ Chineke na nsọ ka onye nwanyị dị. Anyị wee na-arịọ ezi ebube dị ngọzi ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi. Ka i wee bịa nọnyere ụmụ gị. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nọ n'ime ahụhụ. Wee nọrọ n'ime ọkpọrọ. Awụsa Fulani wee jide anyị wee na-ememila anyị. Ọbụladị Britain ọbụla ihe ọbụla anyị mere ha. Wee buru ọchịchịrị wee bata n'ime ndụ anyị. Anyị wee na-arịọ Chineke nna nke igwe. Ihe iwe bata n'ime ndụ anyị n'ụbọchị nke taa. Kanye wene kubi obu nisi umore. Go IPOB no one in a bundle kosi. N'ihi na ha bụ ụmụ Chineke nwere ka ha bụ onye nwe m. Ụmụ ọrụ gị ka anyị bụ ka m na-eche n'iru na Toronto na Canada na mba ndị ọzọ bụ ebe anyị gbabatara ka anyị wee lee ma ndụ ọ ga-afọrọ anyị onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna ezi ebube dị ngọzi dị aka iwe pụrụ anyị n'ihu na azụ na anyị n'aka anyị na aka ekpe ka iwe kpochapụrụ anyị ajọ mmụọ na ajọ mmadụ ka iwe jide ka ha na nke dị nsọ bụ ndị si na Biafra agaghị adị wee mee ka isi wee gbuo ha ha niile na nke ebere bụ ndị si na ụmụ gị agaghị aṅụ mmiri ma tọgbọ ike onye nwe m na Chineke nna daka iwe mee ka aka nsị ha wee baa ha ọnụ onwe ebumnobi bụ n'obi onye ime eluigwe mgbe i siri ozi wee gwa ndị Igbo na ha ga-abata n'ime Afrịka na ihe ị ga-apụtarịrị na o nweghị ihe ọbụla mmadụ dị ndụ pụrụ ime gbasara ya n'ihi na ọ bụghị bụ Chineke nna ọ bụ gị kere ihe niile kere eke mana nweghị onye kere gị ọ bụ na anaghị bụ mmalite na ọgwụgwụ isi iyi nke ndụ ma amacha ọka aka ka ịbụ a na-etu aha na-asị na iwe ebighị ebi onye nwe m biko mmadụ dị ndụ ga-anwụ kama n'okwu gị na-anọgide ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi ọ bụ n'okwu nsọ gị Chineke nna nke igwe ka anyị gbakwasịrị ezinụlọ gị IPOB wee na-arịọ gị ịhụnanya gị ma mma gị n'ime ndụ anyị niile n'otu n'otu ka iwe chebe anyị ma chebe ezinụlọ anyị wee chebe ụmụ nwaanyị nna nke dị nsọ wee kwe ka ịhụnanya gị wee si oke n'ebe anyị nọ wee kwe ka anyị wee banye na nsọ gị bụ Biafra dịka isi wee kwe anyị na nkwa ka ihe niile nke onwe gị bụ Chineke nna nke bi n'ime eluigwe kwesịrị n'ime ndụ anyị nna nke dị nsọ ka o wee bịa na mmezu na ndụ na-abụghị n'ọnwụ anyị wee na-arịọ gị onye ọbụ naanị ya na-achị iwe kwe ka ezi mmụọ gị wee bịa anyị n'ime n'abalị ya ka anyị wee hụ onwe anyị n'anya ka anyị wee nwee mmekọrịta dịka o kwesịrị isi wee dị n'etiti ụmụnne na ụmụnne ịhụnanya gị wee mụba n'ebe anyị nọ iwe chebe anyị iwe jide obodo ekwesị bụ zu ma laa ya n'iyi n'ihi na Biafra ga-abịarịrị onye ọbụla si na Biafra agaghị eguzo na nke dị onye ha agaghị aga eze Chineke na nke ebe biko ekpere anyị ka akwa anyị metụta gị n'obi obi ka anyị bụ gị na ọ gwara anyị okirikiri Biafra agaghị abịa ọbụla anyị kwetara na Biafra ga-abịarịrị ọ bụghị ihe mmadụ dị ndụ pụrụ ime ọ bụ site na amara gị na ekpere gị onye ime eluigwe anyị wee na-ajọ gị na mma gị na ekpere gị kpochapụrụ anyị ajọ mmụọ na ajọ mmadụ ihe niile ka anyị ga-eme wepụrụ ihe ga-aga nke ọma eji pụtara aha nsọ otu na nsọpụrụ gị taa mgbe nọrọ mgbe niile
Ohamadike, prophet of our time. The next item on the program, before we do anything, we give praises to God. We will sing to the nation of Canada, the national anthem of Canada. Please, you may stand. Okay, let's go with the Biafran anthem before we go Canada. Please keep standing. Canadian National Anthem. Thank you. You may be seated. DJ, can you just put some Biafra songs as we get ready to move into the next item on the program? Thank you.
There are people with no
What you see? What you do? There is a Biafra here. It's a sax. It's a saxophone. He wants to play 1 or 2 tracks for you to mellow people down so that we can continue. His name is David the Sax. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi
Nnamdi Kanu. Ina who Biafra, ina bani leya, ino mugi. Only kaka ye mugi, only kari mugi numa. Ina lobe kuno moya, ina ni. Oga le kunde kuoya, oga ye berojo. Oga le kunde kuoya, oga ye berojo. Oga le kunde kuoya, Nasu. Not so.
All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. IPOP.
All family.
IPOP.
All family.
Thank you so much, our brother, for that good presentation. Please, before we continue, just got a message that somebody whose plate number is BEXV225. It's a Honda car. You are blocking someone that is not part of this program, and the lady wants to leave. I wouldn't want you to come out the car, going down and you miss your car. Please, if your car is blocking someone across the street, BEXV225. BEXV225, please move your car. The next item on the program is presentation of colonel. In our culture, when a visitor comes to your place or organization in the city of Toronto wants to present colonel to you, and I'm calling on Chief Steve Aparando and Bennett Ukewu to please come and present Colonel to Hamadike. A round of applause for them.
Igbo keleni. Igbo keleni. Igbo kwezoni. Ndị be anyị sakala iko bụ ịbara leba na mkwana gacha n'iko. Onye bi si na o nwere oche a na-eji aga ma ọ bụ na awala awa ya echenji ya steepụ ya. Aka dike eruru ala. Ọ dị Igbo Union. Ịmaghị ha ọ bụ Igbo Union of Canada. Mana na-agbado mkpado Igbo. Ebe na ịnọ. Ogo dị mkpa mere ụkwụla ala. Ị gacha ma ị gadobere na-aga. Igbo mmadụ! Onweghị onye gị ime ihe ndị Igbo ọjọọ n'ụwa nke mere onye ọ bụ. Nwanne anyị nwoke abịala. Ọ bịara na dị mma. Ọ bụla emesiri emesi. Ọkwa na ihe ọ hụrụ si ka aka mesie nke Igbo ọ dị otu anya. Onye nọ n'ebe a. Anyị na-ekele unu. Chief J1 nọ here. Nayochi na ya na Chinanya na ya. Ọtụtụ ndị Igbo Union n'ebe a. Biko ni ahụ unu. Anyị matala ji unu. Unu sa represent unu. Ma bụ onye abịa. Onye nke a bụ onye Imo. Onye anọghị ya Enugu gara ọnụ. A ga-anọchi Anambra ebe a. Anyị ga-asị unu.
Enugu na-aba. Enugu na ya.
Ọsọ bụ akụwa aka gara Imo ya erie mmadụ. Agaghị agba aka nwata ise.
Enugu na ya.
Aka nkịta bụ breki ya. Biko abụ m obere nwa. Mmadụ otu ji chie m echichi. Aga m akpọ Chief Amechi. Aga m akpọ Chief Amechi. Ọ bụ onye na-ede Igbo Union, one of our elders. Mama ọ ga-anụ ya ma ọ gaghị ọ ga-anụ ya. Chief Amechi bịa. Chief Ego, ama m ịnọbụ ebe a. Ndị a niile echiri echichi. Chief, na ndị echiri echichi n'ebe iwe were unu. Chief Amechi ba nata ọjị unu. Were ya ganyere Ọhamadike. Onye ọ gwara Ọhamadike adịkwara ma ọ dike dike, ọ dikela mba. Chikwa na anyị hụ ji bụrụ dike. Igbo Union na-ekele ya sọ ọ bịala. N'ọnọdụ otu anyị jiri promote culture ala Canada. Ekwesịrị ike ọba maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo. Ihe anyị bịara taa so na one of the major things ndị Igbo Union dey promote. Mee mmadụ ga-amara. Igbo Union kwesịrị ike na Biafra ga-adị. Anọ ga-adị. Chief, you're welcome. Asị gị gwụrụ ọjị a. Were nyere anyị nwanne anyị nwoke Ọhamadike. Ngọzie ya, ịgabagwe ya. Ndị echiri echichi nọkwa ebe a, Chief Ego, ga-abịa anọnye ya. Ị gaghị anọ, onye ọbụla mmadụ echiri echichi ya ga-anọnye ya. Ọgọ ọjị, ọsọbela ga dị oke mkpa. Chief Okoro n'ebe a.
IPOB,
Our family.
IPOB, Ejimo ohere personally na-asụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ohamadike Biafra, the chief commander of the armed forces of Biafra. I need to learn on Canada and I say, oh, Chineke wepụtara nwa, ọ bụ nwata, oke, ọ ga wepụtara sọ bịa rụọ ọrụ ọ na. Onye ọbụla ma otu anyị si biri n'ala Igbo, kemgbe ọ bịara pụta na-ekwu okwu, o meririala anyị niile anya, ndị na-ahụ ụzọ arụmalụ ụzọ. So thank you very much for your education, for your dedication, for your commitment, for what you have again. Hi, Bella. Hi, Bella. Yes, again. What the way I go now? Grind, I never. Igbo Union is strong. Strong guy, POB, star. Strong one. Now, we have I was team of coffee. From me anyway. Onye wetara ọjị wetara ndụ. Chineke mere ka anyị taa ọjị onye anyị ndụ ogologo. Onye anyị amamihe. Onye anyị nghọta. Onye anyị ime ihe n'otu. Kpọkọta obi anyị ọnụ. Weta udo n'ebe anyị nọ. Mee ka anyị mụbaa tere ihe niile. Were ihe niile Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-agwa ya tinye n'obi mara na ọ na-achọ ime restoration of the Federal Republic of Biafra. Na-edu ya n'ụzọ niile, ekwela ọgwụ mkpọ ya, ekwela ihe ọbụla mee anyị. Anyị niile takwana ọjọọ ka anyị tata ndụ chọta ọga ihe niile dị na n'aha Chukwu Okike abịa ma onye nwe anyị.
Hey,
Anyị na-azụ onye nwe anyị o mezuo ihe o kwere anyị na nkwa si n'aka gị bụ Amadike n'Igbo. Anyị bụ ụfọdụ bụ ndị amụrụ oge ọgụ dị gịnwa bụ onye amụbeghị ọgụ wee bụrụ onye nọ n'isi maka Chineke si eme ihe. Anyị na-azụ onye nwe anyị ebi aka ọchị onye ebi aka ọchị akọbịata ọchị ọbịata ọchị na-abata n'anụ dị n'agha ọya bụ ndị Igbo ọya ka anyị bụ. Anyị wee na-asị Chineke mere anyị ebere n'aka gị ịmana ọgụ ị na-anọ abụghị obere ọgụ ị na-anọkwu ndị ọcha niile ọgụ ị na-adịsọ ọgụ IGP ị na-adịsọ ọgụ eso mgbọbụrụ ị na-adịsọ ọgụ ndị a bụ ndị na-eri anyị titi anyị na-arịọ onye nwe anyị ka onye ikike maka ihe a abụrụkwa obere ike ihe a agbapụ ihe eji ọgbakọba na ihe na-eme ihe a ada ọ bụrụ na ọ bụrụ na Chineke ga-ememe anyị wee na-asị na anyị mapụ ndị nke zurugoro ahụ ole anya biko isi ike ọ ga-adị mma ụjọ atụna gị nwa na-ekwe oge ọbụla na-asị ụjọ atụna mmanya ọ bụrụ ike gị ka ị ga-ekwukwa isi ike Chukwu ga-agba gị ndụ gba anyị bụ ụmụ Igbo ndụ gbaa ndị ọzọ niile ndụ gbaa ndị ụwa
we call it JUN. They got no big Canada. All what they have, they over there. Apura and I put the elders of the community here. Because we are not going to go and Igbo person. This relationship with our job on that. So I'm going to say this Nadia. President Nadia, because they are justice officer, because they are. Oh, yeah, here. Because that was Nadia.
Sorry, point of correction. Anambra first.
Okay, please. Those are Anambra first.
Anambra.
Oh, Anambra, because that was Anambra.
Anambra.
Okay, I am not able to that. Oh, Anambra not here because that was Anambra. Okay. Anambra will lodge. Oh, Enugu said here. Enugu, I look at the horror.
Yeah. Give me key neck. We have what?
I said, Enugu, go on Korea. Nemo, because Nemo. I got me there just anymore. Actually, I'm the elderly person for me. Oh, Bonnie, stay to my here. Nobody don't know how to have a bandit or hell.
A boy in a band.
Oh, Bonnie.
A boy in here. Now, why I'm not here?
Only that time here. Delta State. Only Cross River. Only Cross River. Yes. Cross River. Only Aquabom.
Never.
Usachibom. Only River State. Only River.
No.
River State. Bayelsa State. Only Bayelsa man. So, Ndibo, Biafra. I want that to pick up. I want that.
Kogi.
Ya wonye chefu ha ba na boss. Onye Edo State.
Edo State. Yes, sir.
You shall never get in Edo State. Onye Ika. Welcome, my brother. Onye Ika. Narela na local government. Let's have better news. Edo, also can get this audio. Bigoni. What's up, go ahead, no. I got what's in the original. Bigoni. Onyeka. Bigoni, ya hauta. What's up, Kabia? Yes, good damage. Please, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Kebo. Can we clap for Igbo Union, please? And some people were saying we speak too much Igbo in our language, in our culture. The Kolanot do not understand English. And the person sitting here is a priest. His dad is a custodian of Igbo culture. So we must respect that. If we go to other Biafran communities, we will, submit ourselves to their culture. Mamadike was saying yesterday when he was speaking to people, he said, in the new Republic of Biafra, there will be completely independent units. The only thing that will be uniting the people is foreign policy and defense. Every other thing will be very, very autonomous. So that's when you will see the ingenuity of the Biafran people. As we continue, we need to speed up because the real essence of Ahmadiyya is coming is so that it can preach the gospel of restoration. Behind there, we have people who can register you if you want to join the movement. We are asking you to join the movement. This movement was created for you, for every one of us. If we come together and demand change in Nigeria, in the zoo, that change will come tomorrow. Regardless of how we look at Ahmadiyya, there must be people standing behind it. He cannot do it alone. The beauty of democracy, freedom, is that the people must demand for their freedom. Freedom will not meet in your home. You have to demand for your freedom. And that freedom is what is come to preach to you, to join forces with him, to emancipate our people. Ahmadiyya, before you start your second missionary journey, you were talking about your first missionary journey to Canada. You came and sowed the seed, and the Lord has happened from then to now. You've come to water the seed that you sowed. And I pray that this time around, it will bear fruit millionfolds and billionfolds. If you go behind there, you can register and join IPOB. For people who don't understand what IPOB is, it's a movement of free-spirited individuals who no longer see Nigeria as a viable option. If it's left for me, I will not be a member of IPOB. But I have a son. I don't know whether that son will ever go back to the zoo. Because if he goes there, he's going to leave the next morning. Because there's no nation, there's nothing happening. If we that live in diaspora wants to have a place to retire, if you want your name to continue so that Obiga Efuna, then you have to do something. If, I'm pretty sure Ahmadiyya would have said it, if Nigeria had worked, I'm saying, supposing Nigeria had worked, then we have all the tribes that make up Nigeria, and they love each other, they understand the concept of building a nation. There's trust, there's love, there's unity, there's no pogrom. We will not have IPOB.
The reason why you have IPOB and the prophet himself is because it did not work. Can you clap for her? Okay, then I agree with you. I agree with you. There are also people who join the struggle out of hopelessness. Out of hopelessness. When you wake up every morning and you're weighed down by a problem and there's nothing that's happening and you look towards the future and it's called hopelessness. And you cannot live in hopelessness. So we brought the message of hope. We have suya there. It sold $5, one suya. And let me tell you something. The $20 you paid coming in here, or the suya, or the jersey, or the t-shirt you purchased, if you don't know, we IPOB under the leadership of Hamadike spent millions and millions of naira to treat people that are injured during mass protests, people who are locked up for your freedom, our offices. When the zoo locks people up, from the day they get in there, their rent need to be paid, their children's school fees need to be paid. If I don't tell you, you will not understand. So the money you're giving us today is blessed money because it goes to the root of the families of the people that are sacrificing for the restoration of Biafra. There are veterans here, Hamadike. And before we continue, if the veterans here in this hall can come and welcome Hamadike. I've seen Mazi Simon Okoroji. I've seen Azikiwe. Who else? Please, can you people come to the front? All the veterans, all the Biafran veterans. Can you please stand up? Onye ga-ekwuchite ọnụ anyị, onye ga-eme ụwa amara. Echetara m akpa anyị bere Kwaniba Beach. Ejiri bọmbụ tụọ anyị, lee asaa, tụrụ anyị bọmbụ for 24 hours. Anyị hapụta ndị pụtara. Ghana told the one I had Japan I'm saying, yeah, I'm one that.
Never again.
I'm saying, I'm trying to I didn't okay, he's okay. Unu lekwa na ndụ nwoke a dọọ ya aka n'ukwu. Ndị Roman people ati ụmụaka ọkụ. Anyị chọrọ udo. Unu bịa gwa ya gburugburu. Anyị kwado maka udo. Ụzọ na-esi agbapụ. Nwa m nwoke, Chukwu wetara gị egi ndị Igbo, echekwa gị. Nwa alaje ugbu a, alaje nka gị. I'm on board. I've been with that. I hate the man. I don't want to yes.
Shift. But then.
We have the pictures now.
Yeah. Have the
Thank you. You may see it.
Okay.
Please, you may be seated. Please, the next item on the program is the reason why we are here. It is time for the message of restoration. Please, if you have your cell phone on and you're moving, be seated. Be seated. I want everybody to be seated. Muhammadike, it is time for you to speak to our people.
I am very happy to be in Canada today. I am not only surprised, pleasantly surprised, mind you, I am overwhelmed by the warmth that I have felt since I have been here. the generosity, the camaraderie, the togetherness, the sense of purpose and of direction. The whole world is watching this, by the way. If anybody had any doubt before today about the preparedness of our people in Canada to support the restoration of Biafra, I can assure you that those plans have been put to bed. We've seen our elders here, our veterans have come. I have seen them, or some of them, in Canada. We started our veterans because without them we wouldn't be here to start with. Without our veterans, our land would have been overrun by the Janjaweed Wahhabi Islamists. What they wanted to do after the war was to kill every male child. Yes. And only allow those from 10 years younger to survive. They'll be forcibly converted to Islam, and our way of life and our people will be history. As I said yesterday, and as I repeat today, the same thing they did to our people was what they wanted to do to us. But because of our veterans that fought with nothing for 3 years, to the amazement of the whole world, that we may be here today in Canada as people in the land of the living. The sacrifices they made is so unique that we have continued to make those sacrifices till this very day. Therefore, in keeping with the spirit of the moment, I will ask everybody here to stand up. We are going to observe 1 minute silence for those that died, that we may live. All of our soldiers and our heroes that fought very gallantly for Biafra to still exist as a nation today with people in it. The time starts now. IPOB! Be seated, please. We have come that we may preach this very gospel. And I will start with the veterans, first of all. Before we came, before Chukwu determined that we should come, because we have not come by our own might nor power, there was nothing like 30th of May, Heroes Remembrance. Is this very great family, this same IPOB that introduced it? And we introduced it for a reason. For you to proceed in life, you must acknowledge the sacrifice of those who went before you. IPOB all over the whole world will remember our heroes every 30th of May of each year. That the spirit of those that fought and fell in battlefields all across Biafra land may accompany us on this very glorious journey towards our freedom as a people and as a nation. It is very, very unfortunate that most people don't understand the symbolism. But given the turnout here today, I am sure that 30th of May, 2020 in Canada will be something exceptional. I have not come to make you happy. I've brought you very bad news. The news from back home is terrible. It is awful. As I speak to you now, we continue to make this sacrifice. We are fighting Fulani people in Anambra. We are fighting them in Delta. We are fighting them in Ebonyi. And very soon we shall also start fighting them in Abia. This is the sort of news you don't read about. These are some of the things that IPOB is doing that I'm sure most of you here are not aware of. Those who go to defend our land are dying and are being killed. There is very little or no support at all. As our coordinator rightly pointed out, every fund we receive goes towards the front line to take care of families whose breadwinners are in prison, those killed, those who are being tortured, those who are being forced to deny who they are, those of them who are fighting for you and I. I know that some of us are removed. We are in Canada. I spoke to somebody earlier today, and I asked him, how do you feel being in Canada, not remembering the suffering of those who are at home, dying on a daily basis? Because I made it very clear to him there is a difference between us and white people. As you all know me, I speak the truth. It doesn't matter the audience, it doesn't matter where I am. Always I will tell you the truth. Some of us came to Canada and forgot that we have relatives at home. That some of you came to Canada by the divine grace of Elohim Chukukika Biama. That you may help support IPOB at this time to help liberate our home for all of us to go back to it. That is why you are here. But some of you have forgotten that. You think you came here by your own strength. You think you came here by your own ingenuity. That is not correct. You are here alive at this moment because of what we are doing. And that is why it is your responsibility, each and every one of you, to make sure you are part and parcel of this very noble family of IPOB. In whatever way you can support, we expect it. Because without you, Biafra will not happen. It's not about me, not about the DOS, not about my deputy chairman. No. It's about your own future. If you will not do Biafra for other people who are suffering back home, do it for your children. Because you have no religion. You have no language that can bind you together. The Jews survived for 2,000 years because they had Judaism. Hebrew was their language. But we have nothing. I challenge anybody to stand up here and speak in their local dialect for 10 minutes without adding an English word, which means that your language will be extinct if you don't go back to where you come from. That is human nature. I also remind you that if we make the same mistake of trying to find home in Canada, because nature abhors vacuum, your homes will be taken over by Fulani people in Biafra land. You know, when I say things, people think it sounds a bit strange. When I tell you things, some of you doubt the authenticity or the validity of that very information. But in time, it begins to happen. Obasanjo called us names. They called us miscreants. What are the names again they used to call us? Miscreants. Biafra, jobless. Where is it again? Terrorists. Terrorists. But today, Obasanjo believes in what terrorists are saying. Danjuma believes in what terrorists are saying. What this noble IPOB family saw many years back, only now are they beginning to see it. That tells them that we are visionaries. That tells them that we have come here to do the work of heaven. And that is why Biafra will come. Some of you have doubts, but I don't. From day one, when I was arrested, when I was tortured, incarcerated, denied bail after bail in a competent court of law, when they came to kill me, when I went to rallies and they blocked everywhere, I had one thing in my mind. I knew my destination where I was going to. And that place is Biafra. There is nothing, absolutely nothing anybody can do to this mortal flesh to get me to either abandon nor deviate from this very noble cause we have embarked upon. Nothing. Some say sometimes I dress too well. Somebody wrote an article and complained that Nnamdi Kanu now wears designer suits.
Yeah, why not? So I got one out on the go where below.
I'm going to have one more to remember. And I said to the fool that everything you see me wear is given to me by IPOB family members. Even as I got to Canada yesterday, what is that brother of ours? Is he here at all? Where is he? He's there. He gave me 5 pairs of suits. And I have very important meetings to attend in the USA. And I shall be wearing them. When we started, in those days as a student in London, when we used to attend Igbo meetings and all the rest of it, they used to say to us, you don't love yourselves. You can never agree to be one. And I said to them that you don't know these people as well as I know them. Our people love only one thing in their life. Source of being, and only one, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not only one. The truth, one simple thing only. One. And they will watch you for years. They will watch you for years. Not only are you truthful, are you consistently truthful? Once you do it, they will die for you as they did for me. 28 fell. They said instead of me to die, that they would die. 28 men fell to make sure that I'm alive. And I asked them, why can't we stay here together? They said, if you don't leave this very place, if they kill you here, IPOB will be dead, Biafra will be dead for the next 100 years. Yes. And I made them a promise and I said, because you have sacrificed your lives for Biafra, we will immortalize your existence with Biafra. And they will be known as immortals. Because of their sacrifice, Biafra will come. And there is nothing any idiot can do about it. Britain, I'm a British citizen, a British passport holder, I prefer to say. But I'm telling you here now with every ounce of confidence that Britain cannot even stop Biafra.
That's right.
Nobody can. The only thing that can stop Biafra is your fear. And I said that I will go to the zoo. And when I do so, the next time the zoo will fall.
That's right.
I will go to the zoo, and when I do so, the zoo will fall. Everything I have said I will do, I do it. I have done everything. They said he cannot come home to preach this gospel, and I went home and I preached it. They said when he leaves prison, he cannot rally. Binta Nyako said I should stay in my house and not see anybody. And I told them I will break every condition you have given to me because I have a duty to serve my people. It took them nearly 7 years to concede that the zoo is finished. It will take them another 3.5 years, I said. Write it down on a piece of paper for them to acknowledge that the idiot you're saying in Asorok is Jubril Aminu al-Sudani. The day it will happen, I will go on Radio Biafra and I will tell all of you, remember what I told you in Canada. We see things that people don't normally see. The day Buhari died, I knew. I was in court. He was watching me via a secure line on AIT, which is one of the reasons why I don't like that very channel anymore. And we showed him a verse in the Torah. Because I was praying. If you doubt me, ask anybody that serves in the DOS. I told them what to do from prison. Bring it. I said to them that Elohim has sent me a message that Buhari will die for daring to arrest me. Elohim said, I should go to my Torah and ask Biafrans to come to Abuja High Court with Exodus chapter 20 written boldly, a white banner. What I'm telling you now will be verified in the next 3.5 years, when Aisha must have been fed up of all the nonsense, and she will ask for the husband's body to be returned to her. As she's doing now, but none of you, or some knows anyway. She's been giving you the hint all this while that Buhari is dead. I'll prove it to you now. Upon the word of Elohim, they came to the court and they raised the banner. Pharaoh let my people go, Exodus 20. Buhari fell down and was rushed to a hospital in England. They stopped over in Morocco. Till today, they're still wondering how I knew they stopped in Morocco, but I know. They took a life support machine in Morocco. By the time they got to London, Buhari was brain dead. Then they started the Migmaro, the trickery. Because every colorful animal whoever steps foot in the exalted office, be the Prime Minister or the President of Nigeria, is either they are killed in office, they die in office, or they are removed via a coup. When that assertion was made, listen very carefully, the Fulanis now decided that come hell or high water, that Buhari or anything bearing the name Buhari must remain in office for 8 years. So when Buhari died, they started shopping for a replacement. And they got this man from Sudan. They trained him. They started the process of confusing all of you. A little bit of Photoshop with the Archbishop of Canterbury, with this pastor, with that pastor, testing people to see if they will accept him. And the makeup artist was working overtime. After a while, knowing that we are black people, of which I make no apologies for, because sometimes we lack critical thinking, myself included. They convinced each and every one of you that that very young man, shorter than Buhari, cannot speak Fulani language, which is Fufude. Younger than Buhari, enjoying the money that comes from Biafra and via oil and gas. And maybe the other Aisha as well. I don't know, don't ask me. And all of you bought it. Yoruba newspapers kept publishing that this is Buhari, because they have their eye on 2023 for Tinubu, Yoruba man to become the president. But as I told Yoruba people on Radio Biafra, and I repeat today, Yoruba land, when I speak, right, some of you. Are you recording it? Yoruba land will be taken over by Fulani people unless they change their ways. Unless they support the breakup of the zoo called Nigeria, Fulanis will take them over. Some of you will remember when I told you that Britain will suffer. Did I say it or not? Yes. Did I say it's not going to overrun them? Yes. Did I say it? Yes. The day I said it, which one of us was saying, asking me who asked you to say this one again now. And I said to him, nobody leaves him was evident. And today, Britain is being overrun by Islam. Today, Britain is being torn apart because as I speak to you, Scotland has tabled the second bill asking for a referendum to break away from the United Kingdom. Even the EU is saying that they will make life difficult for Britain. Do you know the funniest thing? I have told the British government, it sounds a bit funny to you, that your problem is Biafra. As long as you remain in Biafra, directing Fulanis to kill us, so you can have as much oil and gas as possible, Britain will be destroyed. Some of you are not following what I'm saying. It sounds a bit strange. That was how our agitation sounded strange to Obasanjo. And today he's a convert. He's a believer. The reason why I want to come here is so I can reference what I'm saying properly, that you may follow it. I have come to Canada to teach. Not necessarily. It's not a rally. I want you to get away from here with something. When the Constitution of the Zoo was written, we complained and complained and complained that this very Constitution is not fit for purpose. Some of you said, oh, leave it, it's democracy. When you get it, you change it. We said it's impossible because democracy is incompatible with the version of Islam that the Fulanis practice. Common sense. Today, they can remove your Chief Justice at will. They can rig election and rig anybody into power. If they like you, they dismiss your corruption charges. If they don't, they keep hounding you all over the place. but the world is quiet. I saw on the news today Sudanese protesting in Canada about what is happening in Sudan and the resistance of the people against tyranny and oppression from the military dictators that took over just a few weeks ago. And it was on Canadian television news. They are killing us every day. We have rallied in Canada, in USA, everywhere around the world, but they will not cover it.
No.
Do you know why they will not cover it? As our father said when he came, because when people speak, I listen to them. He was telling all of us here that this battle is against demons. We Biafrans are fighting demons we cannot see. Some of you think it's only a Fulani, maybe with their Yoruba collaborators. No. Our enemies are very deep and very, very formidable. Every country in Europe, every major country in Europe has an oil company. And those oil companies are in Biafra land. And they don't want to leave. Why don't they want to leave? Because there is no meter measuring the amount of oil they take. No meter. So you want them to support an agitation that will mean this breakaway from that abominable contraption that will now compel them to pay for the amount of oil they take. So when you come to Canada and you lobby them to support Biafra and they say no to you, it's because the zoo lobbyists are doing a very great job. And that is why that lady, what's her name? Zainab somebody, Mohammed or whatever, Zaka, whatever, I don't know what it is. She is now the Deputy Secretary General of the UN. They have spent an inordinate amount of money, huge sums of money, lobbying the whole world. If I take you now to CNN, if we were to organize a rally here in Canada, regardless of the validity of the claims that we make, regardless of the number of people that turn out, CNN will not cover it. The same way they don't cover the death of Christians. There was a shooting in New Zealand. Everywhere was awash with the news of the death. But every Sunday they slaughter Christians in their churches and nobody is saying anything about it. These are the enemies that you're fighting. When you see IPOB doing the best we can to liberate our land, I want you to have an idea as to how many monsters we need to confront. Some think it's easy. When you go on Facebook and write about Biafra, perhaps Biafra will come. It is not that way. Eventually we will march. If we have to fight for 1,000 years to get Biafra, we shall fight for 1,000 years. I said, I will die in a battlefield facing my enemies, me with a gun, them with a gun, then they came with Air Force, Army, Police,
Everything.
even Navy,
Yeah.
on the land. When they knew that I was nowhere to be found when they came to kill me, they decided to know the meaning of the word constitution. They don't know what it means. Forget all the nonsense you see in your telly. Senator this, Senator that rubbish. Their brains are empty. I assure you. Obasanjo is calling for a meeting to settle the identity crisis in Nigeria. Obasanjo was a former president. So as a former president, he doesn't even know crisis. Now, if a former president is asking people to come so they can identify who they are, after how many years? Shouldn't that tell you that you're in one almighty mess in the zoo? But a black man's brain cannot comprehend it. Because we are black and we are from Africa. I say things the way they are. When I talked about Aisha Buhari, what I'm telling you is what they write. It's not what I made up. Aisha told Daily Trust newspaper, Buratai, come and end bandits now, or allow all of us to be killed. Some of you here claim that Buhari is alive. Is that correct? You say he's alive, and we have brain cells that still function. Some of our sisters are here, some of our mothers are here. And your husband is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And you claim you live in Aso Rock with him. When bandits attacked Zamfara, you now went to Chief of Army Staff to go and complain, to do something. So the simple logical question is, Aisha, where is your husband?
Where's your husband?
But our people can't reason along those lines. I would have once saw a woman where I die husband. See, still people cannot put one and one together. Aisha Buhari wants the body of Buhari brought back to Nigeria for burial. The cabal said no. They need to retain power another 4 years. And that's why they're in a hurry. You see all the jihadi nonsense you see from Fulani headsmen, they only have 4 years to complete it. Only 4. And by then, most of your villages will no longer exist. Unless you do something now about it. I'm appealing to you today because you are Biafrans, not because you are Black African people. I believe that you are about to fulfill your destiny, the very same purpose for which the Most High God, Chukwuka Abiyama, put you in that part of the world, that you may bring light into Africa. No longer capable of producing an Oba. He's only an amen, forever and ever. They are finished. We are the only place in the whole of West Africa where Islam did not touch the coast. Chukwuka Abiyama will not forgive us if we allow these infidels to come in. There is something about old soldiers. When they speak, you know. Nyawodo said he fought at the age of 14. Our elders are here. Maybe somebody will accuse me of being disrespectful. I am not. My father is a traditional ruler. I grew up in the village, so I know what it means to respect elders. But where we come from, we don't respect Okenye. We don't do that. Maybe some of your villages you do, where I come from, we don't. When you hear veterans speak, you know. Did you hear the veterans when they came here to speak? Did you hear them? Because also Geneva, even when this Zulu tag during the war, you know the tag the soldiers wear. They steal their tag. And they claimed they were in battle, but they were not. Buhari is dead, buried, and the Sudanese is in charge of you. I spoke to a government I won't tell you which government. And when we were speaking, they said, oh, so you don't know he's dead? They were the ones asking me, so you don't know he's dead? And when I talked about it, a Yoruba chap wrote and said, if this is Jubril, as you claim, how come America received him? I said, because in a democracy, if you present a goat as your president, the world will accept that very goat. Because they don't know. The country that some of you claim that you come from, the Sudanese is in charge of your life, presiding over the worst genocide for nearly 60 years. And some of you think it's normal. To us, it's not normal. To we, IPOB, it is not normal. Aisha was also begging for mosquito net. Are you aware of that? Are you aware? Are you aware that Aisha Buhari was begging for mosquito net?
Yes.
She said, where did you put the mosquito net? Tell me so I can get back some. That the husband is the president. The husband is the president. And some of you can, or some of us cannot put two and two together to understand what is happening. Because over very many years, the Yorubas twisted our brain that we can no longer reason very well. All these things that I'm telling you are well documented and well reported in the zoo. That's what some of you know. And in the middle of all this nonsense, who is from Ebonyi State here, please? Ebonyi. Who is from Ebonyi, please? After eating a cola nut, still again. Ebonyi is here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Some of you know that Ebonyi is in trouble. Are you aware of that? And Ebonyi is being ruled by the same man that is a mortal enemy of freedom, is one adversary of IPOB because he wants to stay in power. And some of you here encourage them. Some of you here still refer to them as your leaders. And that is why they have the impunity to preside over the rape of our mothers, which is an abomination in our land. A very serious abomination where we come from. Because of money and wealth, some of us can do anything to get close to any politician. Some of us will abandon and jettison every vestige of honor and dignity that we possess in order to endear ourselves to these people. Some are perhaps driven by envy and by jealousy, but regardless of what it is, I can tell you today that your land, where you come from, Fulani have succeeded in planting leaders for you to do their bidding, to allow them to come in to take over your land. Umahi managed to cry out to say our mothers are being raped. And now, when it was attacked, Obiano said nothing about it. Absolutely nothing. A sitting governor. When we campaigned for the boycott of Anambra elections, we are called all sorts of names. But we knew that such a day would come when our people will realize the futility of not only their PVC, but their willingness to trust the democratic process in the zoo. Therefore, here in Canada, with a very mild voice, I appeal to all of you to do that which is necessary to ensure our survival as a race and to ensure that Biafra is restored. If you go home and do nothing, nothing will happen. But if you go home and decide to do something, something will happen. And that thing is the restoration of Biafra. I am pleading with all of you. Some people came from Vancouver, is that correct? And other far-flung places in Canada. You will go there and you will tell the people, you will mobilize them, you will talk to them about IPOB. They must either belong or they support. Because if you don't, Biafra will come. And when your flight comes in from Canada, we will check our register. What I'm telling you is the truth. I spoke to somebody who said he's an intellectual. If you don't support this very movement, God in heaven that I worship is my witness, you will not enter Biafra land. I'm telling you so you can go and not participate. And I'm telling you so this will be a litmus test in history, that you will understand that everything I say comes to pass. When I say that Biafra will come, Biafra will come. When we speak under divine authority. Everything we say must come to pass. So you want us to contribute our money? You want us to die? When we die, you board a plane and come with your children. Eh? And then you say those that died are idiots, that they are fools. It doesn't work that way. Because the nation we are building is a model nation. Something that other Africans will emulate and they will copy it. There must be patriotism in each and every one of us. I'm on the planet to remain. It doesn't matter what we do. I keep saying it all the time. Elohim told me that only 100 men are needed to restore Biafra. 100 pure men at heart. For their sake that Biafra will be restored. Not those who think that we do what we do for one or two ulterior motive or gain. If you can do this better than myself, please come. Because we love leadership. If you can do it better than myself, please come. I will gladly support you, as I did for 18 years before IPOB came, or before Chukwuka Kadema determined that IPOB should come. Biafra needs you. Your land needs you. If you fail to serve Biafra, Polonaise will take over, and then you have nowhere to go to. Was it not in Canada that somebody was raped? A man and the wife. They raped the man and they raped the wife. Is that not true? And the man is living in Canada, isn't it? A 9-year-old daughter as well was raped. Now you know you're no longer safe. It is therefore in your interest to support IPOB to ensure that Biafra is restored. When such a person heard about IPOB and what Biafrans are doing, I'm sure he was dismissive of it. Now he has gone to the zoo to witness firsthand what the zoo is like. Are you waiting for it to happen to you and your family before you learn that only IPOB can save everybody? They say we are fighting for Biafra because of oil. And I say to them that all the oil in Biafra land is in Igbo territory. Are you doubting me? Go and get the map of all the oil pipelines in the zoo and you'll be shocked. We say we want Biafra. People don't understand us. But I'm sure from today you will understand what we are doing. Yes. Because we are fighting for you, for your survival and that of your children. You are in Canada. Your kids probably don't speak Igbo, or a JUN, or a FIG, or a DO for that matter. Let me tell you the truth. Your children will marry outsiders. And when that happens, your name will be gone. The name of your family will be permanently erased from the face of this earth. Because there is a name where we come from. It's called Ahamefuna. If we all decide to remain in Canada forever and ever, who is going to build our land for us? That's what I'm asking. Who's going to do it for us? Who will build our land? You know, we like to come to Ebogerege. That is where we only attend meetings and someone's where we know we have jollof rice. Nobody else. When they say to you, you have come, that you overshadow the so-called Niger Delta. You say to them that we never conquered anybody before. We are not conquerors. Awusa conquered all their neighbors. Fulanis came and conquered Awusa. Yorubas left Ife to conquer all those around them. But we never conquered anybody, but we are warriors. We fought the British for nearly 100 years before they destroyed Arochukwu in 1904. We cannot dominate anybody. We are enterprising, we are blessed. We are blessed. Anywhere we go to, we bring light. So people misinterpret and they misunderstand it. They do not see it as the blessing and grace of God. They see it as a trait of dominance. In Biafra land, everybody will mind their business. I repeat, in Biafra land, everybody will mind their business. Igbo people will stay in Igbo land and make laws in Igbo language. Efiks will stay in Efik and make laws in Efik language. The same thing applies to Ibibio. The same thing applies to Isoko, to Robo. Anybody that wishes to be alone, you will be alone and on your own. The same way we were before the white man came. So there will be everlasting peace. That is the constitution that people are afraid of. That is what the zoo doesn't want to see come to light. But we are resolute, we are determined, and we are focused. And if what I'm seeing here today is anything, in fact, what I started saying from yesterday is anything to go by, then I can assure you that Biafra is a lot closer than we think. Those of you in Canada, you are like the country that you're in it. Yes. They don't make noise, but they're very, very effective. That's right. Canada is a morally upright country. I'm being honest with you. Morally upright. Yes, they are. If you violate the rights of your people, this Canada will withdraw the ambassador from there immediately. Very straight. I don't know what the Queen is still doing as the head of state. But this one outside. If you people can emulate Canada, if you can emulate Canada, have the same conscience that this country has, believe me, we have no problem. Only you here can give us Biafrans. I want you to understand something this evening, that regardless of what we do, Biafra is going to come. If you sit down and do nothing, the Fulanese will take us over, because they are in a hurry. As they are in a hurry, so too should we be in a hurry to restore Biafra. Is there any reason why Biafrans in Canada? Is that not correct? Because of that thing that we have in us about truth, consistency, and transparency. That is why you are here. And I assure you, on this very day, in this very town, or should I say in this very city of Toronto, that we shall see Biafra in our lifetime. And as that is happening, you will write this one down. By the time that we are done with the zoo, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is why we say that the zoo must fall. It must fall. Never to rise again, the zoo must fall. I know that some of you are like me. I got to Canadian border and they gave me a form. They said, "Where were you born?" At that moment, I was overcome with fear. I kept saying to my assistant, "What are we doing? Should we write Nigeria?" So I looked for Biafra. There was no Biafra. I said, "What do we put? Do we put maybe Seychelles or somewhere else?" That is how terrible the zoo is. I have nothing with them, but I cannot even come into Canada without being afraid that the name Nigeria could cause me problems. And some people say they are from Nigeria. When somebody asks you where you come from, please tell them that you're a Biafran. If they ask you where, you say he's on the eastern part. It's bordering Cameroon. And lastly this evening, the hatred they have for you cannot be quantified nor measured. There was a man, they said they are fighting corruption, is that correct? They said they are fighting corruption, is that correct? Yes. Do you know the first person to be jailed in this corruption fight is an Igbo man? You know how many years he was jailed for? Do you know how many years? No. 102 years. You don't know these things because the Yoruba media will not report it. You don't know these things because they want you to believe that you're part of Nigeria. You wouldn't know these things because most of you attend Yoruba Pentecostal churches. You know, I speak the truth. I'm a person who put in again. You go to winners.
He goes to winners.
Hell. You're a chorister. You sing for them. I want to pick 4 people at random. Give us your full name. Please stand up. Give us your full name.
My name is Kanu.
Full.
Kanu Chick.
His name is Chika. My brother, what is your name, please? Yes. My dear sister, what is your name? Chiamaka Mabara. Do I know you? I'm picking people at random. And the winners, the one that goes to winners. What's your name? Yes. Thank you very much. Now listen very carefully. Of all these names mentioned, they give glory to God.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
By virtue of your name, Chikodinaka, anytime I call your name, I am praising God in heaven.
Yes.
Then you left that to go to church where somebody's name is Kumiyi. They say I bring religion into Biafra. And I say to them, without religion, Biafra is nothing. Without God in heaven, there will be no Biafra. Everybody may be all I'm These are former Muslims. They were in Islam. They discovered there is money in tithe and the sowing of seed is a market.
Hey, yes.
I have come to speak the truth, not to make everybody happy. Am I lying when I say that most Yoruba pastors were Muslims before? Is it a lie?
No.
Is it a lie?
No.
They use their media dominance to deceive all of us. It's like waiting for CNN or BBC to write something good about Biafra. Do you think it will ever happen?
No.
Will it ever happen? An Igbo man has been jailed for 102 years. When we know that the former EFCC chairman, Ibrahim Lamode, do you know how much he stole? Huh? Nonsense, $5.8 billion. Ibrahim Lamode. You don't know him?
Oh, yeah.
Did Baba Lawa not steal money?
Yes.
Are they in prison?
No.
Because they are in power. And that is why we say that that very country, that damnable zoological republic, whatever foundation that is holding it, to go cut them actually destroy it. That is why today we pray that the spirit of Biafra will enter inside each and every one of you.
Amen.
The spirit of truth, the spirit of enlightenment, the spirit of honesty. That all of you may behold the glory glory of God upon our lives in this time, in this age, in the land of Biafra. What we do is not by the might of man, neither is it contrived nor planned, but through the mercy of the Most High. Therefore, we say this evening to all of you here gathered, that if you have decided within yourself to make that everlasting change, to embrace Biafra, work for Biafra, see Biafra restored, that glory may belong to the Most High, that will be the greatest thing you would have ever done in your entire life. Because if you don't do anything, our mothers will be raped. If you don't do anything, our daughters will be abducted. If you don't do anything, they will expand the teaching of the Quran in our schools. It started in Anambra already, in case you don't know. Do you know that? The chief in Canada. Do you know that they are now teaching Quran in our secondary schools? What are we doing about it? And you see, you understand? Yes. Huh? Because IPOB is doing everything doesn't mean that IPOB should do everything. We have finite resources. We are battling people. 140 is in prison. Hopefully tomorrow they'll be released. Has anyone asked us how do you feed 140 people in prison? But we do that. The soldiers in the battlefields of Annam fighting Fulani headsmen in April. And they were going to Abia on Thursday. Do you know how we finance them? Do you know how we finance them? No. There are people who believe in miracle. You are right. It is a responsibility for IPOB, and we are dealing with it. But you know, they tagged us a terrorist organization, of which Canada said no, that is rubbish. The IPOB is not. Because if I were to be a terrorist, I cannot cross any international border. It's as simple as that. The fact that I can travel freely around the world goes to show that the tagging of IPOB as a terror movement is a concoction by the Fulanis to hamstring us so they can come to our land and take it over. And we are fighting. And we are dying. All these fronts I'm telling you about, people are dying every day. And we take care of their families. But not very long now. That thing the zoo has been asking for, we will give it to them. I went to America, I went to World Igbo Congress, that was in 2015, and I said to them, we need guns and we need bullets to defend our land. When I went back and they took me to court, Ohanesa was saying that what I did was treasonable. Only yesterday, Nyawoda said, we must defend ourselves. Since 2015, what I saw 2015, only now they are saying, I will never mislead you. People here, maybe I travel, I'm in Canada. I have no life. I abandoned my family. that Biafra may come. I seek for one thing, I concede. I want our children and their children and their children to remember this generation, to say that this generation fought for freedom and that this generation succeeded in getting freedom. That in their time Biafra came, that in their time Abiyama blessed them, that in their time we brought light into Africa, that in their time we defeated every enemy before us. Therefore, I say, in conclusion, if you can all stand up to dedicate this to Biafra. The Almighty, whom we praise and worship in His infinite mercy, we, your children, ask for only one thing: the privilege and the chance to live as we intended. We know we sinned against you. We know our ancestors sinned against you. We know we sold our lives into slavery. We know we did all manner of abominable things. But your promise remaineth forever, because your word is yea and amen. Anything that comes out of your mouth must come to pass. Heaven and earth may cease to exist, but your word shall remain to eternity. Therefore, we pray this very day that these your children in Canada, that you will bless every of their endeavor, that you will give them understanding, you will grant them intelligence to see that which is to come. And that is your promise, and that is your glory of Biafra, that we will be in that very land to glorify your name, to give you praise and adoration unto your holy name. To Biafra, do we pray now and forevermore? IBOB! Your family! One family! A round of applause. Is another Savior. Holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. A round of applause for Mama Nnamdi. You may be seated. Please, the next thing we're going to be doing is question and answers. Can you give me audience, please? Audience, please. The next thing we will be doing is going to be taking your question on any subject you may wish to ask him questions. We will give you time to ask your questions. If we do this orderly, we will get to as many people as possible. But let me tell you, please, let me appeal to you. Sometimes people don't understand what a question is and what making statements are. You ask people to ask questions, then they start giving us lectures. The people here, we have a limited time to speak to director, the spring leader himself. There are certain things that are broad that you need further explanation on any subject: politics, religion, international relations, or even personal matters. Be precise, and I would advise you to please write your questions down.
It's always easier when you write your question so that you do not stray from the question. You could make a statement or a statement of fact or point to a press release and then ask a question as a rejoinder to that particular subject matter. So, but, sometimes I understand people have problems trying to express themselves. And that's why I advise you to write down your question. And when you write it down, it's easier. You don't lose your line of thought and you're precise. Muhammad, are you ready to take questions? I'm going to call on a representative from DMO, Canada. We met with community associations, and they specifically, when we went there for evangelism, they said that we want question, and we obliged. And we have promised you that when Hamadike comes, you will ask question. And I'm going to call on Lambert Echelobi and Aham Mosia, the two people that are going to ask the questions. May you please come forward.
Thank you. IPOB,
one family.
Hamadike. Honor. See you and also to activists. I just have a simple one is this. I have a little concern. I have a little concern regarding our neighbors, south or south, Delta. There has been a lot of issues on it. Sorry, the Kubo. What is IPOB? That's my first question. And the second question is to ask you about your parents. We're all aware of the day the attack happened in the house. I believe they were that same day. Don't know the whereabouts since that attack.
Thank you very much. As you well know, I don't respond to gossip. That's one thing about me. But regarding what we are doing about our cousins from the coastal part of Biafra, as I refer to them, because there is nothing called Niger Delta. Nobody comes from a place called Delta. Delta is a Greek word which means basically where a body of water runs into a larger body of water. Where the river meets the sea. So nobody comes from a Delta region. Because if somebody comes from a Delta region, that means that those from Mississippi, Delta, is also related to them. There is nothing like South-South either. It doesn't exist. These were names concocted by our enemies to divide us. Most people in a John land, including Angio priests and all the rest of them, are from Arochubu, and they know it. They concede to it. They know this very well. Anybody trying to claim or imply or suggest that what we are doing in this movement is an Igbo-centric or Igbo-only affair, the person is mistaken. The first people to protest when I was arrested were our mothers from Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom women, the first people to protest. People walked all the way from Abo to Enugu. They spent 4 days on the road to go and attend a protest to make sure that I'm released. Those that blocked Head Bridge on Onitsha included everybody. So forget the effort by the Yoruba media to drive a wedge between us. We are all one family. But as you know, in every family, there are normal people, there are people who are a bit very funny. And we welcome all shades of character in Biafra land. and with the difficulties that comes with it. But we know that we are all seeking for freedom, and that is where we are focused, and that's where we're going to. It's a moving train. IPOB is the largest mass movement in the whole world. I said the whole world, but no. Because it's Igbo, they don't believe it. IPOB is the largest mass movement on this earth. I'm telling you. If anybody claims anywhere they don't know or they have not heard about IPOB, they are lying to themselves. And regarding my parents, they are ill. But they are in my possession. Let's pray that way.
Thank you, Amadike. The next person is Aham Wosu. Are you here? Okay. The next person is Ike Nwago. Ike Nwago is a real estate agent. So if you want to buy a house in Toronto, you can.
Yeah. Honorable my question is, we really appreciate that today, Canada for the first time. My question is, through your travels and meeting world leaders, or something like the powers that be, like US, South, West, have they ever been trying to negotiate as to what they can help us with efforts? Let's say they come up with proposing to you, like the British, because they're getting something from the cabals, from the Fulanis in Nigeria. If they propose something about them giving up, us giving up some of the things that they're getting from the North, because at the end of the day, I know they will never give up whatever they're getting from that. If that's the proposal that they make to you, that and give them some of the things that they get from the North for them to help with our effort. That's something that we are flexible on working with.
Thank you. It's a very good question. The truth of the matter is this, and please listen attentively, I beg of you. If it were any other group of people, they would say yes. But Britain will always say no to the emergence of Biafra. If you like, give them the whole world. Because there is, you have the local village cabal in Asorok, headed by Abba Kyari. There is also a world cabal. They don't want Biafra to emerge because of what Biafra represents. Because of what I refer to as the spiritual dimension of Biafra. That the other ones, they're interested, they're amenable. They want us to be free. But what they said to me, I will tell you in the open. They have not seen enough seriousness from you. Freedom is not cheap. Freedom is not something you ask for. You write a letter. I asked them, they said, we have written to the mayor. And I said, what did you do after the writing of the letter? Nothing. If there is follow-up, if you're on the streets of this Canada, all of you here protesting, month after month, one day they will say, what are they, why are they stopping us? As I told them today, Liverpool Football Club, that is my club. Yes, not because they won the European Cup. There was a disaster in a place called Hillsborough when Liverpool went to play Sheffield Wednesday. Many decades ago. Liverpool fans kept protesting for nearly 30 years until they got what they were looking for. I'll give you another example. Southern Sudan. Southern Sudan fought their war for 30 years. We fought ours for only. Now you see the difference? Tenacity and consistency. Tenacity and consistency. Now they know that you're serious. The fact that we surrendered in 1970, some of them we are still holding it against us because they said had the war lasted another 6 months, that Nixon would have changed his mind. Do you understand? When you just don't wake up in the morning and say, I want to fight for freedom, if you're not prepared to go through the pains and the hardship and the sacrifice needed to accomplish it. That is why I said I will sacrifice everything. If I die today and Biafra will come, believe you me, I'll offer myself to be hanged now, here. That's how far I'm prepared to go. But if some of you are in Canada, you go to work, you come back, you do nothing else. You go to one meeting or the other, and that's it. You talk about Biafra. Biafra will not come. You must do something. That's why I said, all of you here, believe you me, if you swear your government, because I am not a Canadian citizen. Are you following me? Yes. I cannot contact maybe your MP or whoever, but you can. How many of you have written to your MPs about Biafra? Or the people are dying? How many? Just look at about 4 people. And do you know that politicians, they love votes? They like votes. Yes. And we have the numbers here. We can go to a political party and say to them, if you support us, we will vote for you. It's as simple as APC. But we have done nothing. So when I go as a lone ranger to the Canadian government, writing and saying to them, they'll be thinking to themselves that you claim you have your people here. If what you're saying is true, how come they are not disturbing me? That's all. So we all need to try and do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamadike. The next person that's going to be asking question is Mike Okezie.
Again, I'm so pleased to see you. First of all, gave me a sleepless night for years, especially when you went missing. I could not see her. I could not. I took it very personal. I gave my dad back. And I only connected with you just 2 years ago. I never heard about you. Don't know nothing about you. But just 2 years ago, listening and watching you online, it taught me some things that I should have known growing up in Nigeria. I've been in this country now for 32 years. I don't know nothing. I learned so much from watching you. I came from the same England here 32 years ago. And your world of knowledge, experience, is amazing. I told my wife tonight, I said, going to sleep. That Nnamdi Kanu that was always making me sleep late. I will come back from work, I will keep watching at the 4 a.m., 5 a.m. I still have to wake up at 8 o'clock, having 3 or 4 hours of sleep. So I want to ask you, what do you, let me finish. This is my moment. He's a little brother to me. Okay, so this is my moment. I have come to the realization that God really sent me. God really sent me. I'm not supposed to be here for one reason. Because Okezie Ibaz is my cousin from the same company. I don't agree with him. I don't share with his politics. They're all watching me. Me back home. I don't care. This is me. I'm just like you. Years ago. I'm unbribable. I'm unsellable. Because if my people are happy, I am happy. That's why I'm here today. They can watch me all they want. I'm gonna be in Nigeria for the next 1 month. I told him. So I don't know if you have any news for him.
I thank you very much, my dear brother. Okay, here Ibazu sings are beyond pardon. And he said this to him when he said him that I said to mark it somewhere. We will hunt him down, even if he's 99 years old, we will find him, he will stand trial and he will be hanged publicly.
There's a Volkswagen car that is blocking someone. CCDM 452. Charlie, David, Mary 452. I repeat, Charlie, David, Mary 452. Volkswagen car. You're blocking someone. Please, if you don't mind, you can go up with your car. The next person that's going to be asking question is Amota Klein. Is he here? I saw him here before. It's left, I guess. Obasi Omuka, are you here? Please come on. Please, there are people that came from Montreal, there are people that came from Ottawa, they're going to be driving, so please make your question precise.
What is that? My name is Obasi Onka. My question is, what's the effort towards getting a referendum?
Our quest for referendum is ongoing, with or without the approval of the UN. We shall hold our referendum for the simple reason, as I explained earlier. Her name is Zakaria Mohammed. She is the Deputy Secretary General of the UN. Yes, Fulani people saved up $18 billion as their war chest to lobby. That is why John Kerry can go to the north. That is why Tony Blair goes to the north. Are you following me? Yes. You know, when I say we are fighting demons, people don't understand it. So if you're waiting for UN to sit down to pronounce referendum for Biafra, we are wasting our time unless we compel them to. And there are only two ways we can do that. Consistent civil disobedience, or we go to war. That's all. Without war, they will not ask us to have our referendum. It's as simple as that. But we can compel them using consistent means of civil disobedience. Those of you in Canada must do something. Everyone must do something. Thank you.
Thank you. As we are talking, there's suya, like I told you, existing sticks. There are caps, there are t-shirts. All the efforts you're making is geared towards helping people that are in need. People who put their lives every day on the line. The next question, person that will asking question is Bob. Are you here, please? Is Bob here? Oh, okay, he's gone. I want to thank the last person that asked question. That's the kind of question we want to take, precise, so that other people have opportunity to ask questions. Bob is there. Before I forget, please, the spring leader of Indigenous People of Biafra is here. And we, members of IPOB, we must understand that these people are our clients. At no reason will you be rude or talk back when people speak, because we need them in the struggle. It's no longer time for you to use different words or different things. They are our people. We need them. And that's the message he's saying today. So when someone speaks, you don't assume he knows. If he knows, you wouldn't be asking questions. Thank you.
Salom. My question is, I believe there is a committee that is in charge of all this movement. And I believe this committee, my question is, this committee, do they have other Biafrans from other states, like the Cross River, rivers, other Delta, located in this committee? I would like to know. That's one question. Then another question is, if there are organizations from these states, have you had town meetings with them, like the Calabars, the rivers, and all that? It bothers me when I think about them. For example, there are people from River State, Abaibom, and all these other what we call South, which I don't believe. They are in this country, they are in this province. But I'm surprised that they are not here, they are not represented here. Like how many numbers? I mean, like they are here for numbers. What am I talking about? If we get together with these people, if we get together and they come out to show their support, I think it will give the zoo reason to worry. We shouldn't be doing this. It's like we are being like the sacrificial lamb, the Igbos. What we do is, sorry, that's not for me to answer. We should get them together. Like we should invite them, or you should have a town meeting with them, so that we will have that confidence that these people are actually with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IPOB. Regarding your first question, the answer is a simple yes. Regarding your second question, the answer is also yes. If you listen very carefully, in fact, in 2015-16, there was a very powerful editorial written by Newsweek. In that editorial, they said that should IPOB come together officially with the Avengers, that the zoo will fall. You must also know, for those who are saying that we are not together or think we are not, Avengers started because of my imprisonment. The number one demand of NDA is the release unconditional of Nnamdi Kanu. It was only when the criminals started coming in that they started moving my name down the order. Before I left prison, I think I was at number 8. I refer you to what Governor Okowa said 4 weeks ago. Do you know what he said? What did he say? Can somebody give him the microphone to tell our brother what the governor of Delta State said?
Said any day South JUN Biafra.
Simple. So they are the ones wasting their time. They are waiting for Fulani headsmen to come. Like Obasanjo before they wake up. They are with us. And I know one other thing they are waiting for. But I can't tell you, only me and Lucha performance. It's not for this audience. And we'll do that thing. Once that thing is done, you will see them in larger numbers than you even imagine. Thank you.
The next person is Emmanuel Duru. Emmanuel Duru. In absence of it, oh, okay, Scott.
IPOB. Amadike, I must thank God for seeing you one-on-one today. I must say you're a great man. You say that IPOB is the largest movement in the world. I'm surprised people don't know. I'm surprised. My question is very simple. In Anambra election, we were so consistent in making sure that IPOB people do not come out to vote. But in 2019 election, the dying me that I heard your broadcast telling IPOB mentioned a lot of things, but it wasn't too clear to me because personally, let me not use that word. Personally, I wasn't happy. Now, whatever reason that made them to give you that pressure is what you did not explain very well in your broadcast. So I wish to.
It's a very good question. It's all the questions that I like. And please, you will listen to me very attentively. Our people are Republicans. Understand this. When you're leading our people and you're in front running, once in a while you look back and make sure that they are close. Because there's a deal where you'll be running, they look at you how you're running. They will say they can't understand this, and they will stop and they watch you. They won't move anymore. Yeah, I'm trying to explain something here. Our people, APC was counting on the boycott to rig the election in such a way that Atiku and Obi could not contest it. Understand this. And the blackmail came that we are doing this thing for selfish reasons. Our elders kept calling me one after the other. And I said, I want terms and conditions met. And they were met. If I did not call off that very boycott, IPOB would have been dead by now. They will say, you know, they call me boy. They'll say that boy doesn't listen to anybody. We don't want anybody to fail and they will blame IPOB. That is how our people are. I understand them very well. I spent 15 years studying the psyche of an Igbo man.
You're right.
15 years. If we did not call it off, we'll be dead by now as a movement. As simple as that. We wanted to. If I ask our people to sit at home and they sit at home, and on one occasion they're asking me to do something and I refuse, if I ask them to sit at home, they'll say no. That's how they are. We cannot afford to lose their goodwill. You are all Republicans. You beg. This is the first meeting I have ever seen. Well attended, the hall is full. And they actually begged to come in. Yes. I've not heard it before. I'm telling you, it's never happened before. I am being honest with you, it has never ever happened before. That's good. Will you be here if you don't follow this message which I preach? Did anybody force you to come? No. That is how we are. Anything I'm doing from today onwards, I will take the views of all of you here into account. Because I'm not doing it for myself. There are some things you can see which I cannot see. You know, when elders keep calling you your one lot, don't do. And you say, no, I must do it. You know what they used to say to me? This was what Ojukwu did that he failed. They go to Obi and map my eye. I said, oh my goodness. I listen to people. I keep saying it on Radio Biafra. If I hold a viewpoint and your argument is superior to mine, I will drop my own and I'll take your own. And in the fullness of time, 3.5 years, you will understand that us calling off the boycott accelerated the coming of Biafra. Thank you very much.
The next person is Lawrence Onokuba.
IPOB Ohamadike, people, my clients. I'm in your legal team, Muna Ifanyejo, for 2 years. We've been battling it. From magistrate court to federal high court to appeal court to ECOWAS court, we are still there and we'll get justice. But my question this evening is, you made mention of we lobbying our MPs for those of us that are in Canada here. And I want to know, because I believe this is a movement, we have to utilize help from everywhere. What efforts can we make to get people into that government? I don't want to call zoo or anywhere, but to get people into that government that we can work from within. If we have enough senators, enough House of Reps, even we can lobby and have governors. I think and I believe they will work from inside while we work from outside, and we will get to where we are going faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrister. I'm also very happy with your question because it ties in with the last one our brother asked. We wanted to prove to people that your PVC is useless. Also, the reason why Ibazo is still there is because IPOB is against him. So Fulani INEC decided they must put him there. That's the way it goes. When we boycotted Anambra elections, less than 3% voted. They wrote the figures and said it is 28% or so. Buhari got 3% of the vote in Abia State in 2015. Jubilee got 28%. Is that possible? The zoo is terrible. Nothing works inside the zoo. If you trust your PVC, they will just wait for you. You go and do all your campaign, do your voting. They quietly sit down with their intellectuals, the professors, the VCs, and they falsify the figures. And they give it to whoever they like. That's what they do. The same person that you are going to vote in, once they get wind of it, that person has already failed. Or you'll be disqualified. And that's the end of you. You can't do anything about it. That is why we say we must destroy the system and build Biafra. Because there's no hope in it. Thank you.
The next person is Theo Morgan.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first one has actually been answered, and that has to do with the elections. And because we are wondering when you made a statement about they have agreed to our request, and I wanted to highlight those two words, they and agreement. I was going to ask, who are the they and what was the agreement? The second question has to do with the membership of IPOB. Right here in Canada, we have so many Igbo organizations. Let me just say that. And these organizations are not automatically members of IPOB. IPOB is a separate organization, and individuals are supposed to register individually into this organization. Is there a way that we can change that dynamic whereby the membership of IPOB is made easier for group organizations? And we have done that before with some of these organizations, whereby we have a kind of group membership and affiliation, because the people we are looking at here are not just IPOB. You know, understand that. IPOB doesn't even form, the quarter of the people here. So how can we increase the membership to include almost every Igbo person or every Biafran? Thank you.
First of all, there is an agreement, and at the right time, as I keep saying, because you know me, I don't lie. I'm at us, I don't have any need for it. I'll release it. But I don't want to compromise or jeopardize what is happening now inside the zoo. There are some things you have to forgive me, there are some things I cannot make public. It's classified information for now, but it will be released. I assure you. Hold it against me if I don't, but I will at the right time. Regarding membership, I stand to correct you that we are all IPOB. Everybody is. Everybody is an indigenous person of Biafra. Collectively, we are indigenous people of Biafra. So you earn automatic entry into IPOB. But the thing is that there are some things you have to go through when you come into the movement. What it means is that there is this body of nation called IPOB, which a group of people are pushing forward, piloting a movement towards freedom. If you want to leave the crowd and come and be one of those at the front, pulling everybody together, it takes something. You have to be under oath. And let me tell you what the oath does. You will not betray us. That is number one. If not for the oath we are under in IPOB, by now our enemies would have destroyed us completely. I'm telling you. But arrest after arrest, killing after killing, we are still marching forward. because we are under sacred oath to restore Biafra, or we die restoring Biafra. Anybody, let me put it this way. Anybody who doesn't want to come forward to join IPOB, I have reason to question that person's parentage. Amanda is. Thank you.
The coordinator of Montreal just informed me they'll be driving all the way back to Montreal. You know, and so we're looking at time. So the number of questions we could take, I think it's rude working out. So just bear that in mind. So one of the ways you can help us is ask a question. It's just one question, not multiple questions. And at some point, we will have to meet the number of people. Now, I'm going to call on Kenny. He's the proprietor of GBKMFN, a radio station here, to ask his question. He's also a media man.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be in this gathering today. I've learned a lot. My question, I'm going to be brief. If given the opportunity, will you be willing to sit with Nigeria on the right table for a peaceful discussion, given what the Biafran has gone through?
Thank you. As long as that discussion is to agree where the boundaries will be, then I'm open to it. Thank you.
Next person is Tina Take.
Persons, I'm so privileged to see you today. My name is Tina Take, and I'm from English Cameroon. Sam, may you live long and make Biafra have their independence. I want to say that from a very young age, I remember my grandfather telling me that during the Biafra War, a lot of Igbo people came into English Cameroon, Amazonia, and we were by their side. In fact, I grew up, went to school, I have Igbo classmates, we have Igbo market, we have Igbo quarter. My question that is pushing me to talk to you today, sir. When our leaders came to Nigeria to plan, because we realized that all the democracy from these white people is fake democracy. So we decided to take our destiny by force. Because independence, you cannot wait for people to give you independence. You take it by force. That is what we are doing right now. And our own stupid, I don't know how to qualify him, animal of a president, he's on his knees. Because even the most little children know their identity. They are happy to tell you at any second of the day, I am an Amazonian, I am no longer a Cameroonian. That is what I am missing in our Biafran community. Most of us seated here in this country, we have used IPOB to take our something, to collect our something in our pocket. It's IPOB. But when you will call for a meeting, they are not here. So as an African, I am feeling like we are losing it. Mr. Buhari, no, not Mr. Jigri, what? I don't know. This Fulani, Ndiausa, he had the audacity to catch our leaders and send them back into Cameroon. So what are you thinking? What are you thinking about Amazonia? I sometimes I think, I want to know your thoughts, sir. I want to know your thoughts because I know that you are in this field for a long time. I think the first thing we need to do right from home, because from Canada on the TV, I can watch your speeches. I can be inspired. I know who I am. I know what I stand for. But what are we teaching the new children at home? I think we should start by telling these children who they are. Because I think the media has brainwashed them to forget that these are Biafra children. Biafra has suffered a lot. You people have lost a lot to even have a lukewarm attitude. We need to take the independence by force. That is my opinion.
Do I need to respond to that? I think it's very clear, isn't it? I'm actually very happy. Maybe I should take permission from my wife to take her with me wherever I go. So she'll be speaking to people. When I go, she will talk to our people. We don't know the meaning of freedom. We don't understand it. We think because we fought a war and lost, because of that we should be slaves forever. That was the attitude of the slaves they brought to this part of the world. That is the reason why a black African is the only domesticated animal in the history of humanity. It's the truth. You may not like it, but it's the truth. Only an African man allowed himself to be trained like a farm animal because he lacked dignity and honor. To appreciate that some things are better than life itself. My dear sister, I am part and parcel of the Amazonian movement, all the way from London. I have spoken to some of your leaders. But I'm going to do a program in Chicago, and a lot to be revealed. Somebody mentioned Niger Delta, South. They went and duped the Amazonians, took money from them, and did nothing. I was expecting them to rise up and campaign for the release of the leaders of Amazonia when Zoo captured them. The mistake that they made from Amazonia was to travel to the northern part of the zoo. They should have come to Biafra land, where protection would have been provided for them. I have spoken to their leaders, as I said, and they are part and parcel of what we are trying to accomplish. That nations must emerge from the colonial contraptions built by the Europeans. Because some of you don't know one simple logic. When I give you a name, I control you. That was why Muhammad Ali changed his name from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali. Most of the very conscious African Americans, when they were freed as slaves, took up African names, or took up not African names, but should I say Islamic names. The fact that a white man created Nigeria, listen carefully, makes you his property forever and ever. As long as you preserve that name, Nigerian, you are lower than an animal. Simple logic, common sense. Look at India. After their independence, they changed the names of their cities to what they know it to be. You're telling me that a white man can come from Europe, go to Africa and say, you, from today, your name is Nigeria. And you stupidly and foolishly stand up to say, I'm a proud Nigerian. There's something wrong with your brain. Half of Yoruba people are in Benedahon. I said half. Yoruba can make a very strong nation. And Yoruba cannot do a nation. Why are you fighting and dying for the boundaries drawn by a white man? I'm asking black people. That shows you're inferior. And that is what Biafra has come to change. They may not like it, but it is going to happen. Biafra is going to be free. And Ambazonia will be free as well.
My apologies to Ikech Kundichi. Actually, it was an oversight. Can you please come and ask your question?
POV, one family. POV, one family.
My question is this, I want to know what you are doing. Some of our social media. We have some genuine Yoruba people. They want us to have our independence. But some of our youth are very, very vulgar. They will attack you when you ask them simple questions. They will insult you. I have nieces that are Yorubas. My senior sister is married. I could not see myself insulting. We should apply what is called diplomatic, intellectual hate. Fight with Yorubas intellectually, not being insulted. I've seen 2 Yorubas here that are supporting our cause. What are you doing? Tell our youth to take it easy. I've tried to speak to some of them. They will call me saboteur, call me all kind of names. You cannot. We saw how fire share any FFK. There were 2 guys that came to see before the criminal covered to help him. We have a genuine Yorubas who are supporting us, who are ready to kill us. Who are ready to support us. What are you doing to tell our youth? It's easy.
IPOB. I have to say that maybe they learned it from me. Because we confront fire with even a bigger fire. We know there are good Yoruba people. I have not said this in public before, but I will say it today here in Canada because you are a distinguished audience, I must say. IPOB attended the last birthday of Pa Ayo Adebanjo, and we gave him a gift. We acknowledge genuine Yoruba leaders who are consistent. Consistency. We banter sometimes, when Yoruba, some of them say we are Biafra, you don't expect them to be quiet. They go after them. And I hope that one day we'll be very good neighbors with the Yorubas. Because we have a lot to share together in Oduduwa and also in Biafra, but not in Nigeria. Are you following me? Yes. Yes, not in Nigeria. In the Bible, Abraham said to Lot, we are of the same blood. But your goat is eating the grass of my sheep. And my cow is eating the grass of your other little cow. So to avoid problem, you take right or you take left, let me go the that way. Isn't it? FFK is my in-law. Ayo Fayoshe is a darling of Biafra. If you ask who, they will tell you. But this IPOB has been trained to be vicious because we don't know where our enemies are coming from. So the best form of defense is to
Please, Dr. Emmanuel Arnold, here, please. Dr. Emmanuel Arnold.
Thank you, thank you for your so far. So, as one of the Biafrans who that time, I understand the Hausa Fulani, not the through the but that was one invented nicely, and that was the public sabotage. Now they have started again to use that system to fight them. The question is this: what are you doing, or what are we doing to unite each and every group, different group? Because I know that there are many, and through what I am seeing in social media, I don't think there is unity. The question is, what are we doing to unite them? We are fighting a common enemy, and when we are united to fight this common enemy, within a couple of weeks,
thank you. He said there are many pro-Biafra groups. And I'm sure by next week, maybe we might have another 4 join the existing ranks. There is something that is wrong with us, which we must cure ourselves of. You know, we come from a very competitive culture, where if I hear that you're in car importing business, I join. Is that correct? Yes. So when people come and say they are praying for Nnamdi Kanu, future effort for IPOB, there are people who want people to also pray for them. And if by starting a pro-Biafra group is the way to accomplish that, then so be it. What is the motive of these people? Where are we going to stop? You have 4 people drinking in a beer bar. They contribute money, maybe 4,600 naira. They see a journalist with bathroom slippers walking, they don't pay them. And you call the journalist and you, out of the 4,500, you give him 4,000. Say, please write press statement. We are calling for this and we are calling for that. Our name is Biafra Liberation Council. And they write. And then you think there is a new pro-Biafra group. Or some for no, 4. Are you following what I'm saying? Yes. Everybody is important, yes. But IPOB is puritanical. We are uncompromisable. Can you live with that discipline? That is the issue. We don't want you to come in, as some people have done. I mentioned their names on Radio Biafra, and the next day they receive alert and they start talking rubbish. That's why I don't praise people anymore. Because I praise somebody and they go and collect money, start to talk. There are no pro-Biafra groups. There's a bunch of people online with fake accounts talking rubbish. If you say you're a pro-Biafra group, who is your leader? Let that leader come to Canada. Let me see people who pay to see him or her. Are you following what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you're a pro-Biafra group, what have you done? Is it pro-Biafra on Facebook? How is it pro-Biafra on Facebook? We are dying on the ground. We are fighting for an herdsmen. On the ground, what have you done? As a pro-Biafra group, I ask. If not to be informant to the zoo. That is why we are formidable. That is why we are unbreakable. IPOB is unbreakable. When we say one family, we mean it. IPOB! One family!
I don't know whether people read Obasanjo's statement. He said that Nigeria is being Fulanized and Islamized. But he did say something. He said the only people that are prepared and seem to be safe is the Eastern Nigeria.
And why is that?
And why is that? Because we have soldiers on the ground. You people don't know what we do. But every vigilante is laced with IPOB people. And when the Fulanis come to any community, there are people there waiting for them. So we are protecting them. The next person is Etel Obi Ezekiah. Etel Obi Ezekiah.
IPOB.
One family.
IPOB.
One family.
I'm privileged to see you in person today, our Madike. Chukwu okike abịama ga-echebe gị, ga-edu gị. Ihe niile anyị na-alụ, Chukwu okike abịama ga-enye anyị ikikere iji emeri ndị iro anyị. My question this evening is, like the last speaker said, previous one, he said, we have a lot of saboteurs. And my question is, we have all these governors in the East. What are we going to do to them so that this cause of Biafra will be achieved?
Most of the governors that you have were planted by the Fulani Caliphate to serve them. And that move started since 1976. Mbappe was an aberration. They missed him and Mobodo then. But you see, over the years, they managed to get Mobodo as well. Only Mbappe stood very firm till his death, which is why we should always honor him. Because he's a good man. He fought in the Biafran war, if you don't know. He became a governor. You can see the love of his people flowing through him. All these chaps you are seeing, Gopus Odemma, 419 in Lagos, Sudos in Lagos. You don't know that before? Consider a armed robber, highway robber in Benin. These are the people they are bringing for you to be your governors. If he wants to be governor, I can take him to the north. He will do rank and then they lie down for one smelly idiot, illiterate. And the Toban, the Kaya Beshit, this bandage and Toban.
leader. That's how the leaders emerge. Red cap and with walking stick and on and here you have an Igbo leader. When Fulani are attacking his village and you ask him, what do you have to say? He will say, we should not do anything to disturb the peace. These governors, we are going to do to them exactly what Mossad did to Nazi officers. Go and read the textbooks, see what happened here. There will be no forgiveness. They can do every amount of treachery and sabot they like. They can never stop Biafra from coming. And when Biafra comes, they will not only pay for it, their families will pay and there will be no pity. Oh, so you think they will kill us at some point? Massacre us in Aba, and then we forgive everybody like that? Cap and nonsense. Don't forgive anybody.
Ahmadike, the first time you came through your first missionary journey, there's a man called Uche Zuma, Uche Mami. He hosted you in your house and you broadcast for 7 days. Uche is here today. You asked after him when we were in the hotel, you said, where is my friend Uche? And he wants to ask you a question.
I don't know why I'm like. Israel. You've been to Israel. Why? Russia. You know that you have just lately, and that's area. Hello? There are areas that, but I wanted to mention that because you have people claiming to be people leaders, they make all transits. There's no repercussion. What are we doing about that? How are we going to checkmate this thing? Precisely.
Thank you very much. When I was in Canada last time, you kindly hosted me with his beautiful wife and children. And when I came into Canada, I asked after him. You know, some man guy you could have brought. I will answer your question this way. You know, Igbo men gossip a lot. It's the truth. Igbo men gossip more than the women. And that is why every Igbo meeting in the world headed by a man, they have a faction inside it. They check all the women groups all over the world. They are one and intact. If our mothers were gossiping in 1929, they won't afford the white man in Aba. Because the men, which is a good friend of mine. And I hope
he has not fallen victim to gossip. Come on, you can help people. Defense fund, defense fund. How many of you here pay defense fund? Raise your hand up. So people are asking me for defense fund in Canada. We are only one person paid. My brother, how much do you pay? That's me. Who has paid? That's two people. To go. But if you're reading about the first fund, you will think the whole world contributed. They asked me about our transmitter. Uche, my dear brother, he's an Omahian. And I told him about the transmitter, and today the transmitter is in Abuja with DSS. The reason why those that feed Uche gossip do that is because they want me to reveal the source of our strength that our enemies may know. Don't do that. So if I come here the way I would normally have behaved before, to say, oh, this is our defense fund, it's in this account, it's this much, then the zoo will not only look for it, it will calculate the amount of weapons we can buy with it, and they will buy 4 times that amount to wait for us. Simple common sense. I don't want to embarrass our people by telling the world how much is in the defense fund. To be honest with you. So it's embarrassing to actually say it. And all those people that gossip to you, ask them to produce their receipt with which they paid defense fund. The answer is 0. They never paid. But because we love gossiping, do you know why they ask you about the first fund? Do you know why? They want to discourage you from contributing towards IPOB. If they poison your mind, you stop contributing, this movement will collapse. And then they will say, oh, we told you, they cannot get you Biafra. But I know them very well. Because if you mess up in IPOB, I will dismiss you. Never to come back. Highest in Basel for 2 weeks and I think 3.5 days. I think it's about 2 weeks. Or 8 days gonna last. As it is 8 days. The same people that leaked, stole my phone and published the video of me and my beautiful wife, thinking that people will hate me. People there started posting pictures of themselves and their wives. And run away. Stop listening to gossip. And where gossip is for people without plan and without any project. We are IPOB. Anything I say I'm going to do, I do it. Do you think Israel will take me seriously if I come out to say to the world, we have XYZ amount of money in our defense fund? Huh? Do you know how many armored cars that Canada has? Armored vehicles, do you know? No. No, do you know? No. Armored cars, you don't even know how much, but you want me to tell you how much you have in the defense fund. Wake up. Don't you go say, hey, you tell you some get a job here. I do
next person is Honorable Acho Humphrey.
Thank you, Ezechiel. It's a pleasure having you here, Prince Nnamdi Kanu. You're a very smart student of history. I know that in every struggle, there are stages. So what is the stage of this struggle at this moment? And you know that the most powerful weapon in the world is hunger. I just got back last night from my village, and hunger is driving our people into the camp of our enemies. The youth, they are losing the steam of IPOP struggle because they are hungry. At this stage, I expect IPOP to start formulating economic policies that will not make our youth depend on the crumbs coming from these dirty governors. I expect at this moment that IPOP will be doing what we're doing before the Biafran war, refining our oils, having robust healthcare system. At this time, I would also like to suggest, let us bring back Tales by Moonlight. The younger generation, they do not understand much about what you're doing. Let us bring back Tales by Moonlight. Before they go to bed, we'll read them stories, we'll gather around the fire and tell them what you are doing. This is how this struggle will go to the next level and get to where we're going. Thank you.
He said that people are hungry and what are we doing about it? My dear brother, welcome your question, by the way. I went to Israel as part of the negotiations and discussions with certain people in Israel. We are arranging to get our people, our young people, meaningfully employed back home by becoming the food basket of not just Biafra land or the wider zoo that our neighbors, but all of West Africa. I went to Israel and I negotiated. I came on radio and announced it, that we need farmland to start doing some very wonderful things. You know what they did? For those asking me about defense fund, ordinary agriculture, not defense fund, agriculture and plant, tomatoes, all these little things. Okay, see, Basil went and visited the Israeli. Yes. Yes. Okay, see, Basil went to Israeli embassy to say, why are you discussing with that terrorist when you can partner with Abia? Are you listening? Yes. Because any announcement I make in the public, the zoo will send one of their idiots to go and work against it. That is why we don't announce everything in public anymore. Understand this very well. And since that time, the Dr. Basil went to the Israeli embassy. Has anything happened in Abia? It's just to spoil it. He asked me the phase we are in right now. And I call it the phase of gathering. Not in the Pentecostal church sense, please. This very seed that was planted in 2012, 13, 14, 15, through my incarceration and all we've been through, now we are gathering people together to assign roles and duties to go into that next phase. If we can get people here in this hall to lobby, to protest, to rally, to disturb the authorities in this very Canada, then we would have gone a long way. But if you do nothing here, nothing is going to happen. Understand this very well. And regarding Tales by Moonlight, I'm sure that if we're running around the fire and discussing, Dave Rumahi will send the army to go and kill everybody. That's the problem. Then we have to take care of their kids, or even the kids, we have to bury them, we have to take care of everybody, and it costs money. And then somebody will come on air and ask me, all that dues we are paying, what are we doing with it? But now that people are in prison, nobody is asking me how we're going to bring them out. Nobody is asking me how do we sustain Ejiofor and his crew to do their work. IPOB.
Next person is Anayo Okore.
IPOB. Very safe. Anora. Every one of us here today, I'm speaking the minds of everybody. I ask you, one fighting, we are behind you. My question is this. During your incarceration, and let me make this clear, the fear of Nnamdi Kanu is the beginning of wisdom for Buhari. Buhari went on his knees. I believe there must have been some efforts to meet with you, because I tell you that we are scared and they are still scared. Was there at any point, and this is a follow-up to the question somebody asked before about negotiation, was there at any point that the Buhari or his agents met with you, and if they did, were there conditions that they gave you that you refused? Very straightforward question. Thank you.
Yes, on various occasions they sent people to me. And I said before I speak to them, I also give them my conditions, which I know they couldn't meet. It's not possible for them to meet it. And I did it deliberately. I didn't want to speak to them. They sent Joseph Okalo to come to me. First to my parents. My father said no. My mother said no. That where I stand is where they stand, in life or in death. And they came to prison. I was promised, even from DSS dungeon, the promises came. Vice President, anything you want. You have a very beautiful wife, you better go and enjoy her and be in prison. Anything you want. And I said no. That what I want is a referendum to determine if you good people want to be part of the zoo or part of Nigeria or part of Biafra. Choose one, zoo or Biafra. They said no. And Sibajo tried to make contact. When I came out, I don't know if I've told this story before actually. And Ohaneze hijacked it. I went to see Mia Wood in his house. We sat down, had lunch together. And I told him what my conditions were to lift the boycott in Anambra State, which they couldn't meet. And I said to Wood very simply, go to Abuja and tell these people that these are what our people are asking for. I said to him, go and bring us something. not for me, for everybody. He went there and started negotiating for a ministerial position for one of the children. I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is fact. Ask him. Somebody asked him, but you people are being called to Aso Rock because of Nnamdi Kanu. Why didn't you tell him that you're going to Aso Rock? He said it is for Igbo leaders. And once the powers that be knew that he hadn't IPOB support, they just gave them 5 million naira for transport and dismissed them. Hadn't would remained with me. When the governors called me, I told them the same thing in front of Professor Ben Wabese. They said, "Oh, but Wodo, Soludo, Ebremad is upstairs. Do I want them to come?" I said, "No. Government house." The former DSS director came with his bags of money in euros, in white sacks to bribe. Ask anybody working in the government house in Europe. I said, "No, I don't want to see them." Not because I want to be the only God growing, no. Because of consistency. Can you last? When you're tempted, are you going to succumb? Can you sustain this very effort we're making? So they have come. And I gave them my conditions which they can never meet. Open Warri Seaport, open Iguacha Seaport, open Calabar Seaport. Make Enugu an international airport where we can fly to US and come in that way. Build Iguacha Enugu Onitsha Enugu Express Road. Complete second Niger Bridge. Are these things difficult? No. As I'm telling you this, go and ask them in Aso Rock if you have friends there. They have the piece of paper I gave to them. They ran away. Because some Igbo men were busy gossiping, saying if you allow him, when he finishes fighting Nigeria, he will come here and fight us and kill all of us. That's what they said. And you know one other thing they said? They told every Igbo billionaire around the world that nobody should give me one dime. Ask them that if you give Nnamdi Kanu money, he will go and buy weapons. That nobody should give me anything. I'm going to that we are here by the grace of Elohim, not by any of our strength, to be honest with you. Any day we are serious, the world will know. How do you want Canada to regard the Biafra referendum or even USA? The people that the ambassador knows are the governors, or maybe Hanese. Did you people not hear that British government went to Biafra land when I was in prison? Oh my goodness. The British High Commissioner was touring everywhere. When they wanted to kill me, went to Obi of Onitsha and asked him, "What do we do to Nnamdi Kanu?" That one said, "You can kill him if you want." They went to Atusia. Atusia told them, "You can never touch him. If you touch him, this place will burn." How many times has the US government been to Enugu? They go to Ohanese. I don't want to say it. They went to Ohanese and the governors. They asked them, "What do you want?" "Oh, leave those rascals, leave them. Miscreants. We want restructuring." What they're asking for is untenable. But the same man said if there is no restructuring, they'll join IPOB to do Biafra, isn't it? Did he complete what he said? Is he doing what he said he's going to do? And you want me to work with these people? It's not going to work. I say, and I'm attached to come know him. Everything I do, I say it in the open. Not gossip. And those that spoke to Uche, I am going to Chicago to broadcast live to the whole world and tell them they're in trouble. I've told them every time they contributed to IPOB will be announced for the world to hear. tell them there will be no hiding place for gossipers, in as much as I'm concerned, because I know what I've committed to this very movement. Not that I'll become Biafra president, no, so that I can take Nneka and Nnabike back to the land of his ancestors. So it is that same land that Chukwuka Gabema said you people must be here. And then my Jagama Marian, I'm fighting for Biafra that will be free. Thank you.
It was just last week that Nnamdi was responding to 100 billion giving to the Fulani herdsmen. And he said, these people go around with their guns killing people. Okay. And you didn't do anything. You turned around, armless civilians that are not covering their face. They're just agitating for a referendum. You call them terrorists. Isn't here wellers or lamentations? Just thinking out loud. This man understands that, wow, the Biafrans are divided. I used to tell someone, I said, the very first day they saw Ohamadike, Eastern senators drove into the east. The whole Nigeria nearly had a heart attack. Because this young man here, for the first time, got the senators and all the powers in the east talking. That's what they don't want to see. And they ended up nearly killing, because it's the person that is driving the Biafrans to where they should be. But like he always said, we are resolute. We will continue to march forward. IPOB,
one family.
IPOB,
One family.
IPOB,
One family.
The next question is coming from Chigozie Agubata. Are you here?
IPOB, one family. IPOB, one family.
Kaya Ohamadike ga-adị, ọ ga-adịrị gị, ọ ga-agọzi gị. Iche gị niile, oke abịama agbakwume. Say, my question is this. When I came here, I was marveled looking at the people gathering over here for the purpose of IPOB. People of Biafra. I want to ask you, if we live here, are you committed? We are asking the Supreme Leader this question over and over for hours and asking the question. Now, I want to throw this question to the floor here. Looking at me, everyone. See, let me tell you, I know where I came from. You know my name? Only few of you can even know me. On September 2017, when that happening in Abia State, I can recall my brother over there, Obasi, and Tibu Kafo, and many the elder. So we gathered together under one IPOB. But that makes me to know we have many IPOB that we are still talking about today. I want to know this division as Igbo Nweheze. But Igbo Nweheze. But how do you do as Igbo Nweheze? But Igbo Nweheze. My question is, I asked it before, if we leave now, we pay that $20, see that it's too much. We pay the $20, see that it's too small. Could you believe that this number of people here will pay $20 every month just for a sacrifice? Do you know what it will deserve for this IPOB in Canada? We went to Ottawa. I have it here. The reason I didn't display it was the time they attacked people on social media. My wife was there. The house was like 200 people. But when the call came to go to Ottawa for protest, everybody disappeared. And we are gathered here, we are IPOB. Where do you belong to? Show example and let's lead. God bless you.
Amadike, as one of us, he has some artistic talent. And there's a very unique picture he would like to present to you. That was a picture where you were in court. And I'm calling on Frank was to please. Can you clap for him, please? IPOB.
One family.
IPOB.
One family.
One family.
IPOB.
Amadike, I'm happy to see you today. I thank you for what you have been doing for us and what you continue doing for us. Blessing you. I have something for you. And this thing I'm giving you, when I look at this picture, it inspires me a lot. Thank you so much. Can we see the picture, please? What is written there is, the Lion of Biafra roars in the courts. You cannot accuse me in the open and try me in secret. You cannot be killing my people and want to try me in secret. You are mad. Thank you very much. As we're taking the next question of Hamadike, there are Ottawa family. It's like 4 hours from here. That's the capital of Canada. They were not able to be with us yesterday, but they are today. If you don't mind, they like to take a piece of you back to Ottawa. Ottawa people, can you please come, please? One family. One family. Can you people come close so that the picture will be taken, so that when you go to Ottawa, you tell them you met your Hamadika of the Biafra land. Thank you, Ottawa people. God bless you. Safe journey when you return. When you go show your families that Chukisan is a simple man. When you see him, you think he's so aggressive, but he's really a very mellow guy. He told me that everybody that sacrificed to this very struggle must be recognized, and that's what we're doing tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be leaving here by 11. The police cruiser there and the security people will be leaving by 11. So we're very close to the closing time. So, and we will take just very few questions. And I'm going to ask Dr. Chidi Wanyong for 2 minutes, please, not more than 2 minutes.
Hamadike, I already told you how much respect I have for you. The problem, because I am one of the die-hard believers in the Igbo community. We have done our best, we have sacrificed for our community. When I was the president of Nigerian Canadian Association here, and we were protesting against the ills that was going on, I went to about 3 organizations that were Biafra organizations, and I donated money in all of these places. My problem is this: I want you in the presence of Igbo people here this night to tell us who are the authentic and recognized group that you guys identify with. I want to hear it from your mouth. That's just what I want to see, because every time you step out of here, before tomorrow, you're going to see people popping. I was actually taken out of the Nigerian Canadian group today because I was trying to post something, and I was the former president. And I know why they took me out, because of our very people here. So I want you to address our people. So that when you leave, we will know the people that we are. And when we are working with them, we know that they are transmitting to you directly. Thank you very much.
Transmission.
Yeah.
IPOB.
One family.
It is very, very distressing that our brother, who is the or who was the immediate past president of Zoo Group here. You know, we have the lives of Okora Wosa and all the rest of them. There is also some Okora Wosas in Canada. You will have them everywhere you go to. They have to remain as they get in the north sometime in the past. So they'll be there always. But in terms of, can you stand up, Tim? That's our coordinator in the whole of Canada. And where is that's the Ontario coordinator as well. There is also our general secretary. If you want to deal with IPOB in Canada, these are the people you'll be dealing with. If you're dealing with them, then you're dealing with me. Anything outside team is not authentic. Please understand this very, very clearly. And our people who are here, sometimes it's becoming very, very embarrassing the way some of us behave, to be honest. Very embarrassing. The progress of our people is the responsibility of each and every one of us here. Sometimes, after the libation and the breaking of kola nut, some of you don't know that sharing of kola nut is an oath. Do you know that?
Yes.
People don't understand it. The reason why you give somebody kola nut in your house, you break and you eat, is that to reassure that person that no harm can befall him or her. Then your hands are clean. But we turn our culture upside down. Maybe because I grew up in the village. They never hand them on a town, they throw on a town. Because if you grew up in the village, you understand the meaning of camaraderie. Working with people and trying to deliver a particular goal or result. Those that grew up in the township, actually, when this Lagos, but I'm I want us to turn a new leaf. Let it be said that IPOB came into Canada and we became a new people. Because the story of Biafra and IPOB will not be complete with what I've seen today without Canada in it. And that means that all of you will partake in it. Some of you think that when Biafra comes, maybe it will be leadership only. Nobody who is a leader in IPOB will serve when Biafra comes. Biafran people will elect people that will serve them. One was asking me, what is your structure? Is there a structure? Say, what is your structure? Structure of commanding on this, you can never get in here. You will let him never to fit in. We are here to serve you, and you are here to also serve Biafra. IPOB,
one family.
We'll be moving faster. There are people, family members that were not in our meeting yesterday, like Prince, like Martin. Can you please come forward? Or Hamadika will just take a quick picture with you, and then we make closing remarks and then go. While that is going on, I want to remind you there are people that have been coming to us and we'll be giving them letters for immigration. All of them are successful, even though Nigerian government said IPOB is a terrorist organization. Canada said no. They do recognize that people are running away from being hurt by a repressive government. What we do not want is people coming to beg us. We are under oath not to abuse those letters that we sent to government. If you're not a member of IPOB, we will not give you a letter. So if you want to join IPOB, if you're not an IPOB member before, once you set your foot in Canada, you go and register with your closest IPOB office, the nearest province. Are they ready, Martin? Are they ready? Yes. Come quickly, 1 second. That's it. Mamalike, please. Etel. Oh, please. I don't want to end them. Okay, that's it. Thank you guys. That's it. We're good. Thank you guys. It's okay, Hamadika, we're good. Like, No. It's okay, please. It's teamwork. No. Please, you've taken pictures yesterday. Why are you getting on the pictures again? Can you people think that we do the picture session, please? It's okay. We wish you, Malika, please, we want you to sit down and get it rally. Thank you, please. Thank you. Thank you, Malika, please. My friend.
People I get one time for pictures, please. I get one time I get a picture.
Okay, please. I want everybody to sit down. Everybody sit down, please. Sit down. Sit down. Can you please sit down? Okay, the next item on the program is closing prayers. May
we all stand, please? Can we stand? Heavenly Father, most precious God, Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, the beginning and the end, the architect of our lives. We thank you for a very successful day. We thank you, Elohim, for the gathering of your children, and we pray that not only will IPOB be sustained by these your children here gathered today, but that through their efforts, your promised land, Biafra, will be restored. We ask you to guide them one after the other. These are your children that I pray for 7 times every day. This same noble family, that as you gathered us here today, so shall we return safely to our respective homes. Nothing untoward shall befall us. Your blessing that we are taking away from here will guide and lead us as we turn a new leaf, as we all become freedom fighters for Biafra, that your will may be done over our lives, and glory unto your holy name, now and forevermore we pray.
He said.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Everybody, thank you so much for being with us. We're ending the broadcast now. We did a long day, but I appreciate everybody and what I'm doing. The IPOB family for giving us this privilege and participate. Remember to subscribe to Worship Media if you have not subscribed.